Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Ian Mann, and I'm joined on the panel today with Mr. Doug Marks and Ms. Kira Penner. The Assessment Department personnel appearing via Zoom today is Ms. Svetlana Shabel, and the administrative personnel is Zachary Mohan. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed or emailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to an application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all of the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 8 inclusive on our docket today. Mr. Mohan, would you please affirm the assessors and the applicant's testimony?
Right, Mr. Chair. Okay, Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Trevor Smith.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Before we turn to the first matter on the docket, I just would like to point out that this is a very full docket today. A lot of the issues are repeated several times. If the applicant and the assessor wish to apply previous arguments from properties heard previously on today's list, then we will certainly accommodate that. But I'd ask everyone to keep in mind the length of this docket when making their presentation. That having been said, can we please move to number 1, Ms. Shabel on the list? That's street address of 1400 McPhillips.
File number 24-4074. Roll number 0500402000. We assess 2025 years with reference
Sorry,
to April.
Madam Assessor, how many zeros were at the end of that, just to verify?
4.
4. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that.
We assess 2025 years with reference date April 1st, 2023 at 10,943,000. The subject property is auto dealership. Original start to build in 1990 with addition in 2006. Our effective years built 2000. Land area suited and 211,076 square feet. Land area 42,393 square feet. It has basement 11,840 square feet. Gross floor area, leasable area 63,994 square feet. The subject property located neighborhood Leila McPhillips. On page number 2. I checked for permits, what was done with property. So construction happened in 1999. We have structural addition in 2006. So reported construction value 0.9 million. Also, I find that our subject property floor area a little bit higher, reported 64,725 square feet, but for today I apply 63,994 square feet, and will made a correction after hearing. On page number 3, the subject property located north west of the city, street view. On page number 4, more air photos, and page 5, we can see irregular shape of land with building. It's located on corner of Macmillan and Mapledgeland Drive. On page number 6, more air photo view and zoning. Subject property located C2 commercial zoning. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial sites that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. The district intends to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 7, I have presented car dealership rent comparables, but it's retail big boxes. We following construction from 2006 2007 municipal assessment order. The subject car dealership, we can check these orders. Please open page 28. First order 8-04-179. And another order on page 37. Municipal order 8-02-223. And when we open page 43. And we can see second paragraph from the bottom. It was this view that did auto mall was more similar to supermarket or national chain restaurant than to a/retail store. So all my comparables, it's retail store. I have also, please open page 47.
Excuse me, what page are you on?
47.
47.
We looking on box. It's red boxes. The board is satisfied the appropriate method to value the subject properties improved by automobile chip is the income approach. Chain restaurant, supermarket, discount store, and department store. The board accepts the argument that auto mall in the agglomeration of auto dealership located in different sections of the city result in the auto mall having characteristics similar to regional retail with national rather than local tenants. The board is satisfied this subject is similar, though not identical to larger national, international retail properties located in or near regional shopping facilities. That's why on page number 7, I presented regional shopping mall boxes retail. We can see first 13 properties. It's a location of region. 13 prop showed that average rent for retail boxes $17.85. Second set comparables 14 to 26. It's around Polar Park, on Ellis, St. James, Empress. It showed that average $18.70. Third set of comparables between 27.41. It's a Pembina Grand, $19.60 average. On page 8, we have Sterling, McGillivray, Canonston. These shopping malls boxes, $21.51. Comparable 61.72. It's Ellis McPhillips. It's like subject property. It showed average $15.15. And my last set of comparables 73 to 80. It's on Portrait. Portrait showed $17.78. So for the subject property comparable 61 through 72, it's more suitable. It's a Layla McPhillips. They showed that average $15.50, weight average for 2,073,000 square feet, around $14.51. In media, $13.50. On page 9, we go into strictly market and home. So we assess car dealership of 63,994 square feet at $11.90. My comparable showed $15.50. It gives us potential rent 762,080 for all car dealership. We apply 2% vacancy loss, expenses not recoverable 3%, the shortfall for vacant space $6 per square foot. Give us net operating income 616,754. For subject property capitalization rate 6.55%. Give us estimate value of 10,943,000. On page 11, we have a table for capitalization rate. Further supported from assessment taxation department, further supported by comparison with real estate market reports from Colliers International Canada, CBRE National Research, and Cushman and Wakefield. For subject property, we're looking on retail, regional, shopping mall between 5.85 to 6.8. For subject property, model generates 6.55%. It's inside this range of 60% of the properties. We can see the Collier showed between 6 to 7, CBRE showed 6 to 7, and Cushman Wakefield 6.5 to 7.5. So our model generated 6.55. It's supported by Colliers and CBRE. On page 13, I presented cost report just to see how we're doing. Or on page 13, so we replacement cost of new building around 12 million. We have accrued depreciation for building 5.8 million. Give us 6.6 million depreciated cost of building. We have attached detached structure 134,000. Give us total depreciation of cost improvements 6.7 million. The total land 4.2 million. Give us 10,975,000. It's very close to the inform approach. If you look on page 14, I support land value. Land value assessed at $20.03. My comparables showed $34.49. On page 16, I look in direct comparison approach. our assessed value 10.9 million for existing gross floor area 63,994 square feet, give us estimated assessed value $171 per square foot. You can see my comparables on Pembina 313, on Waverly 284, on another on Waverly 277, another on Waverly comparable 4 225, on Portridge 161, on Region 375, and Nairn 201, in Region 265. So our assessed value $171 per square foot, it's reasonable. Air photo of all these 8 comparables following up. We already look on order, municipal order on page 55. My land sale comparables. You can see comparables on 600 Magdalai was sold for $49.51. We assess only $20 per square foot. On 56 Roshni sold sale in 2021 for $47.34. On page 57, 25 the grave sale in 2021 at $26.49. On page 58, sale on Region in 2022, $28.41. On page 59, 15th Warde, sale in 2021 at $25.91. And sale on page 60, it's 335 North Town in 2022 at $29.29. On page 61, final estimated values that were approached to value use in this report indicate the following value for the subject property. Income approach $10,943,000, cost approach $10,975,000. The income approach was used by the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department to value the subject property for 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference. In this case, indicates the income approach value is reasonable. Therefore, the final estimated value for subject property, $10,943,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Smith, have you some questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as to your instruction at the beginning, I'm fully on board with being efficient with our time. I well understand we have similar properties here today. So if the panel could consider the questions that I asked in the first presentation, or rather the first property, and carry them forward to the remaining properties, they'll generally apply across all of them. If there's any specific other questions that need to be asked, I'll do so at that time, but I will follow that instruction certainly.
Thank you.
All right. So looking at subject property here, 1400 McPhillips Street. For the properties on the docket today, Ms. Shable, assuming the workload is quite high at the city, I'm assuming that you haven't had the opportunity to inspect any of the properties today?
Correct, Chair, Mr. Chair. Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I'm able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
Yes, the question was if you had an opportunity to inspect it personally.
No.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm assuming that's the same for the remaining properties, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In looking at the lease comparables, that are included, in the docket, in the properties today, in this case on page number, beginning on page 7, carrying on to page number 8. I had, dealt with one of your colleagues. I'm assuming that this is, not your specific, work with regard to these, lease comparables, that it was done by the department.
Yes, it's our department comparables.
Okay. And in looking at those comparables, sorry, just bear with me for a moment here. Looking at the comparables beginning on page number 7, they are grouped into 6 different groupings. Is it fair to say that these are all power center nodes and big box retail developments?
Correct. It's big boxes, regional shopping mall. We're following instruction for municipal assessment order, how to assess this type of property.
Okay, and so those locations would be the Regent and Lagimodiere power center node, the Polo Park retail agglomeration there, Grant Park Mall and some Pembina Highway development, IKEA Seasons of Tuxedo, as well as Kenniston and Sterling Lion, and then Garden City Shopping Center area at Leela and McPhillips, as well as the former Unicity site. Is that accurate?
Accurate. And Garden City McPhillips, Leila McPhillips, it's more suitable for the subject property. It showed average at $15.15.
Okay, and the type of tenancies that we're looking at here are national retail and international retail tenancies, correct?
Correct, like was the instruction given to us by Municipal Assessment Act order. Use regional shopping malls, when I mentioned on page 47. It should be regional with national rather than local tenants.
And the type of tenancies that we're looking at would be Sobeys Grocery Store, Save On Foods, Shoppers Drug Mart, Best Buy, Leon's, Old Navy, Michael's, Staples, Mark's, Bed Bath & Beyond, Cineplex, HomeSense, Marshalls, etc.
Correct.
Okay, in any of in the lease comparables that are presented, are there either any auto dealerships or any automotive service and or repair comparables?
No, because in instruction my municipal org clearly showed regional big boxes, retail suitable for car dealerships.
Okay. Bear with me for just a moment here. The size of the comparables range between under 10,000 square feet up to over 60,000 square feet, correct?
Yes, if you open page number 8, biggest comparables number 71 on 3999 McPhillip at 65,474 square feet, rented $15 per square foot. And we assess only $11.90. It's fair. It's reasonable.
So that was number 71 that you were indicating?
Correct.
And number 71 is a Save on Foods location at Northgate Shopping Center, correct?
It's 1399 McPhillips. It's same street like subject property.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but the
And
tenancy
his
is
lease
a
was
grocery
start-
store named
Correct.
Save on Foods,
It's
is
big
that correct?
boxes, yeah, and lease was started in 2016 for 15 years.
All right. So what would you've indicated number 71 being 65,000 square feet. Looking at your comparables there. The one that I was going to point out, number 68, 2535 McPhillips Street. So a little under 25,000 square feet, $11.50 per square foot. That particular comp is located directly across the road from 3 of our properties here today, correct?
Yes, but it's 2 times smaller space. Best comparables after comparable 71 will be comparable number 64 on Layla. It's over 40,000 square feet, rent and $13.50. And also rent started close to the subject property, effective years 2019.
And do you know what the tenancy is at 2535 McPhillips Street?
I don't have in front of me.
Okay, is it a national grocery chain?
It's big box.
Okay, but it's not a national grocery chain, correct?
It's rent for big boxes. Retail, like we instructed by municipal order.
Okay. So the comparables between 61 and 72 are generally the closest in terms of a large number of our properties here today that are located on McPhillips.
Correct. And they showed average $15.50 per square foot.
That was actually what I was going to bring up next, is the average that you're seeing here for that particular area is 1515 with a weighted average of 1451 and a median of 1350.
Correct.
And that is for purely retail, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Capitalization rates. Now, I believe you had, so the cap rate that is used by the city, incidentally, these are all model driven valuations today, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the 6.55% capitalization rate is model driven.
Correct.
And if I direct our attention to page number 11 and the city's capitalization rate chart, I believe you had indicated that the subject property would be, well, first of all, there is no capitalization rate category for automobile dealerships or repair shops, correct?
Correct. That's why we're following order, municipal order.
And
Use regional retail with national rather than local tenants. It will be retail regional 5.85 to 6.8% for 60% of the properties. for the city chart.
Correct. So, as you were indicating, and that was going to be my question, you're indicating that the capitalization rate that the city is applying is, falls within the regional, shopping center categorization, is that correct?
Correct. Municipal order its out directions.
And regional, shopping centers are very few in Winnipeg, and they would include Polo Park, St. Patel Center, Garden City Shopping Center, and Kildonan Place, I believe, correct?
Correct, like my comparables. It's six shopping malls.
Okay, so we're essentially looking at those 4 malls as the basis for the capitalization rate.
Correct.
And has there been any trading in those assets over the valuation period?
For this chart, it's a model statistical data. For the 2025 general assessment, I'm on page number 11, second paragraph. For April 1st, 2023 reference date, capitalization rate will derive from the model generated estimate of net operating income and sale price that were time adjusted to April 1st, 2023. The assessed value produced by the application of this model generate capitalization rate were compared to sales prices. The assessment to sale price ratios were calculated. The resulting ratio statistic for the assessment taxation department income producing models satisfy the standards specified and set forth in the standard or ratio studied approval April 1st, 2013, published by the International Association of Assessing Officers. So it's statistical driven data for all sales across the city.
Okay, thank you. My next question is also regarding capitalization rate, and it was specific to that paragraph that you were just looking at. So on page number 11, and I'll be quick with this, Mr. Chair. Please bear with me. The paragraph states, second paragraph states, for the 2025 general assessment, April 1, 2023 reference date, capitalization rates were derived from model generated estimates of net operating income and sale prices that were time adjusted to April 1st of 2023. So in other words, the capitalization rates that are generated by the model are not based on actual transactions and the income and expense in place for those properties at the time of sale, divided by the actual sale price. It's based on model estimates of NOI and time adjusted sale prices, correct?
Correct, but this was proved by assessment to sale price ratio. Were calculated to check how we're doing. And this ratio satisfies standard.
So to that point, then, there aren't any transactions of regional shopping centers within the reference time frame, correct?
I don't have answer.
Okay. And last question on capitalization rate. The city is not presenting any hard evidence with regard to individual transactions and the actual capitalization rates for retail properties in its evidence today?
Correct.
Okay, moving on, cost approach, the valuation for this asset class is the valuation is conducted based on the income approach, correct?
Correct.
And that is where all of the weight is to be placed, correct? On the income approach?
Correct. Cost approach provide a frame of reference. In this case, indicate then inform approach value is reasonable, but because they're very close, 10.9 million, we did great for inform approach. And cost approach hard supported.
So moving on with that then, if the income approach is the model that, the accepted model that has been followed for many cycles, decades for the subject asset class, I see that the direct comparison model was also included.
It's just a frame estimated checking how we did with assessment. If you open page 16, it estimate assessed value for subject property $171 per square foot. It's inside all these 8 comparables.
And did you yourself investigate these transactions?
This transaction was investigated by my colleagues. At
Okay,
least it's actual car dealership sales.
and are you aware that comparable sale number 1, 2537 Pembina, as well as comparable number 6, 1486 Regent Avenue West have been acknowledged by other assessors in hearings, essentially remove them from their comparisons as they are acquisitions of properties based on above market rental rates and above market sale prices based on the acquisition of the franchise itself. That's been acknowledged.
That's why I don't use direct comparison approach. I just check estimated value of assessed value.
Okay, fair enough, and thank you for that. So with regard to the other ones, each of these transactions, and I deal with these all the time, each of these transactions has been investigated and they are not representative of purely real estate value, but include business value as well, correct?
But they showed frame how much this property sell for, but we don't use it straight direct comparison approach.
Okay,
Correct.
I will not belabor that point. Sorry, I printed off the addenda separately as there's so much material here. I didn't want to print 8 of them, so bear with me for just a moment. The municipal board orders that you reference. So I think is there 2 or 3 of them that are included here? 2, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now each of these was over 20 years ago, correct?
Correct.
And they essentially differ from each other with regard to the methodology as to which type of asset class for lease comparables should be utilized in determining fair market value, right? One is based on automobile dealership rents and the other is based on retail big box rents, essentially, correct?
Correct. If you look on page 28, first order 8-04-179 was happened in 2003. Assess years. Yes, it's car dealership on Portridge Avenue. And another order for retail, to use retail properties on page 37, 8-02-223. It was done in which years? Look for years. In 2002, yes. And this order on page 47, what I showed that the direction was use retail shopping mall for this type of properties, what we following up right now.
Okay, thank you. So again, just to clarify, so the two orders differ from each other with regard to what is appropriate to use for rental rates, right? One is using automobile dealership rents / industrial, I believe, and the other is using retail, correct?
Yes, we using retail for this type of property for this assessment.
Okay. And the city is aware, of course, that there's over 200 cases of automobile dealerships sitting at the municipal board awaiting a test case hearing coming up in June of next year.
Correct. It will
And
be
the
give
purpose
us
of that,
3 directions.
I'm sorry.
It will upcoming hearing will give us direction how to assess this type of properties.
Right, so the test case that is coming up, which I am involved in, is essentially to determine the proper methodology for valuing these properties, as there is such an enormous backlog of cases and conflict clearly between the city and owners with regard to market value and how to properly value these properties, correct?
Correct, but until it's done for us municipal assessment order 8-02223, it's our direction and law how to assess these properties like regional shopping mall.
Okay, I believe those are all of my questions, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for your patience. And if we can carry those questions forward, that would be great.
Thank you. We'll indicate that at the start of every property that we hear, just so that the record is clear from YouTube that those questions and answers on this property can be applied to the following properties.
Okay, incidentally, I should also mention I do have rebuttal information whenever you wish to deal with that.
Okay, well, we'll deal with that following your presentation, but we'll get through the questions through Ms. Schabel first, and then hear from you, and then we'll deal with your rebuttal. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Marks, have you any questions?
My questions have been asked and answered. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Penner.
I just had one question. On page 9, where you list out your lease rate, or basically it's your workup for your income approach, there are different lease rates applied to different portions of the property, and I just wondered what the delineation was there.
For my assessment, I look on average $11.90.
Okay. But why, what are those pieces broken out to? Like that average is being determined by 3 different pieces?
All a new car dealership, we try to apply one premise only. So these properties I will be update to reflect the area, because our area is slightly low. It will be one premise. It's our new car dealer assessment, just one premise. So this property right now has 3 premises, but eventually it will be only one premise.
Okay, so
we concentrate
just
more
ignore,
on overall.
we just ignore that there are 3 pieces and just assume that it's 1?
Yes, for car dealer assessment, yes.
Okay, that was all for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just following up on that, Ms. Schabel, the $11.90 per square foot average, and includes both, well, first of all, it includes the basement area of 11,000 and some square feet, 11,840 square feet. So that basement area is included in your average of $11.90, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the comps that you have, in the rent comparables, and I'm looking at the ones primarily between 61 and 72, those rental rates are for the main floor? I don't see any basement rents there, or are they somehow included?
For big retail shopping mall comparables, we have like showroom, it's area-based store. We have a storage area, loading doors. So it has different setting like a car dealership. We have a showroom and we have a mechanical room, not mechanical, service room. So it's mixed together. That's why we retail rent very suitable for car dealership.
So can we take it from that that your evidence is that specifically between number 61 and 72, those lease rates are average between showroom and, well, storage area, basement area? Yes?
Correct.
Okay. And I think that concludes my questions. Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. So the subject property that we are looking at to begin with here today is 1400 McPhillips Street. This is the Jim Gauthier Chevrolet dealership on McPhillips, obviously. Originally built in 1990 with an addition put on in 2006. So it is total of just under 64,000 square feet, 63,994 square feet, of which 11,840 square feet, as already mentioned, is basement space. Now that basement space obviously is utilized by ownership, but it's utilized essentially for display of classic vehicles as well as pickup of new vehicles. So if you have you purchase a vehicle, some vehicles are delivered out of that basement. So that is essentially what you're looking at down there. It is tiled floor. We have photos of it, etc. But it is a basement. It is not a main floor space. When we look at, and I'll delve deeply into the city's comparables, but when we look at the city's comparables, there is no basement space of any kind in the comparables that are presented by the city. It is all main floor retail space that is being presented. Now, just to back up a little bit here, city has included the two most recent automobile dealership cases that went through the municipal board. Again, they were from 2002 and 2003, I believe. And they differ from each other with regard to the methodology that is appropriate for use. One of them is based on automobile dealership uses, or rather automobile dealership leases, including, I believe, some later acknowledged book rents on site for properties at the time. And the other order is based on big box retail rents being utilized for the entire property in conducting the valuation. So the municipal board orders directly oppose each other and do not provide any clear basis as to how the properties should be valued. Now, properties have been valued on the income approach all along. There's been no utilization of cost approach or direct comparison approach for many reasons. The cost approach varies wildly between newer properties and older properties and is not truly comparable to market value for the properties in this particular asset class. Beyond that direct comparison, approach, looking at the actual transactions of sale of automobile dealerships. I've been doing this for over 15 years now. Well, over 20 years in commercial real estate in Winnipeg. I have intimate knowledge of the sales of this type of asset class, including the ones that the city has presented. And there are no true sales of strictly the real estate being presented as direct comparison approaches. Each of the transactions that the city presents as direct comparison approaches involve business components as well, that being goodwill, that being materials, that being financing. There's an endless number of details that take these transactions out of being accepted as indicators of true market value under both appraisal and assessment methodology. So the direct comparison approach that the city has presented should not there should not be any true weight placed on that, as these sales have been investigated and discarded in the past, and yet we seem to deal with them every cycle as we move forward. So please keep that in mind. When you are acquiring an automobile dealership property, the owner and operator of that property, as they're all owner operators, is essentially trading the franchise rights to you. Now, they can't directly trade those franchise rights to you, so it is built into the transaction that occurs with regard to the real estate. And there are all kinds of tax wrinkles as well that get dealt with in the allocation of the split between the real estate as well as business. So please put the appropriate weight on that. As I've said, these have been investigated and discarded in the past. Now, skipping back briefly, and I will get into my brief very quickly here. What we're left with after looking at the two municipal board orders is there is no clear direction with regard to how these properties should be valued. There's one saying it should be automobile dealership rate lease rates, whether they're book rents or not, which is clearly wrong, as well as the other one that is indicating that it should be purely big box rents. Now, both the city and appellants have appealed any number of these automobile dealerships in the interim. So, and we have a situation where we have over 200 of them sitting at the municipal board, and the municipal board has acknowledged this and scheduled a test case in which to determine the proper methodology for valuing these properties. It's scheduled for next June, and we're awaiting that coming up. I am participating in that particular hearing, so there really is no guidance at this point. We are not stuck with following what the municipal board indicated over 20 years ago, when we know that there is an upcoming decision to be made on how these properties are to be valued. So we're essentially looking at a clean slate here. Now, looking at automobile dealership properties and methodology for valuing them, they are typically nearly entirely owner-operated entities in the city. There are some very few small minor used car situations that are present, but by and large, we're looking at exclusively owner-operated asset class. So there are no arm's length lease rates on which to rely, and obviously book rents cannot be relied on as indicators of market lease rates for this particular asset class, as they're based on many different factors other than true real estate factors. Pardon me. So that leaves us in the situation of how best to value these properties. Now, looking at appraisal methodology as well as assessment methodology, there are and I will direct you to my page on this so that you have the background on it. If you flip forward to my page number 16. And my paragraph there, I just spoken to the fact that we need to determine an alternate methodology of determining fair market rental rates for this asset class. Commercial real estate and real estate appraisal and property assessment methodology has basic principles of real estate value, including the principle of substitution. Now, utilizing this principle, we can determine a fair market rent by reviewing the property and the property use and comparing it to properties of similar asset class or classes to determine a fair market rent. Now, what is an automobile dealership? Well, it's essentially two parts. We've all been to them. I'm sure we've all had our purchased cars there and or had our cars serviced there, right? So is it entirely a retail building? No, it's not. It's two components. You have the first part being the retail showroom with supportive office, essentially, and customer lounges, things of that nature. So that would be your front of house section facing the major thoroughfare that it fronts on, in this case, McPhillips. And then you have the automotive service and repair section of the building, typically larger than the retail showroom component, and obviously considerably different with regard to build out, the structure of it, the finishes, the system requirements with regard to venting, heating, et cetera, et cetera. So you're looking at an improved front section and then an automotive service and repair section specific to that use, typically at the rear or at the rear and the side of the building. So is it, would it be appropriate to consider the entire building a retail property? No, it's not entirely a retail property. They are typically on major thoroughfares, obviously, but we're not looking at a structure where you go in and buy product off the shelf for 100% of the property. There are two distinct components, and they should be treated as such in determining the appropriate rental rate for the property. Now, so in order to do that, we need to look at similar properties and their market rental rates in the open market. So we need to look at retail showroom type properties. And we need to look at automotive service and repair type properties in order to determine fair market rent for these properties. If we move down, I have more text with regard to this. I know we're getting on in time, so I'm not going to read through it, but I would direct you to the bottom of my page 16, just with regard to the split between retail showroom and automotive service and repair. So let's move forward into the actual valuation. So what we have done is look at automotive service and repair arm's length net rental rates on the open market. And we have also looked at showroom retail rents on the market as well. Now, what I will point out is, and before we get, well, I'll run through the automotive first quickly. Subject property is 65,000 square feet. This is one of the largest automotive dealerships in the city at just under 64,000 square feet, 63,994. Obviously, economies of scale come into play, and the size of the automotive service area is quite large. Now, if you go out on the open market and look for a property that's going to have 30, 40,000 square feet of automotive service, you're not going to find them because they don't exist in that fashion typically. And or if they do, they're owner occupied as collision centers, things of that nature, where there's no true arm's length lease. So what we need to look at is what is available on the market with regard to net rental rates, and make the appropriate inference as to what an appropriate rental rate would be for the subject property and or properties today. So looking at my page number 17. Well, sorry, I gotten slightly ahead of myself, so I'll ask us to skip backwards briefly here. To my page number 3, I'll wait for everybody to get there. Just let me know when you're on number 3. All set? Okay. Great, thank you. So a bit of background on the property itself. Again, built in 1990 with an addition in 2006. It has a lower land to plan area ratio at 4.9 to 1 for the subject property. Typically for automotive dealers, you're looking at, for a modern automotive dealership, ideally, you're looking for an 8 to 1 or greater land to plan area ratio. This being because auto dealers need places to display their product. They need places for their customers to park. They need places to store service vehicles, vehicles that are in for service, etc. So their land requirement is rather large. And typically you're wanting that 8 to 1 and or greater situation. Looking at the assessment history of the property, it was reduced in the last cycle considerably based on my valuation of the property and a 7.25% capitalization rate. The photographs of the property begin on page number 4. Some exteriors for you. You can see it is a little vintage in terms of the build out, the exterior. You can, if we skip forward to page number 6, you can see the interior as well. I would also state we are looking at an older property here. It is certainly of its era. If we look at the office area, you can see that's identified, obviously the showroom as well. And we can skip forward into the service section beginning on page number 8. So very clearly there's a distinction between that retail showroom part of the building and the automotive service part of the building. This is not a warehouse, it's not a storage area, it is an automotive service area. That's being illustrated on page numbers 8 and 9. Site and property location, we're all aware of where the property is on McPhillips. This is on my page number 10 and 11. It is indicated on the map on page number 11. Skipping forward to my page number 12, and again, Mr. Chair, will do this only the once, so I'll quickly run through this. Their automotive industry is in a bit of flux. There are a number of factors that are causing this uncertainty and revision. Online shopping being one of the main drivers. If you're shopping for a car these days, people always go online to look at the type of vehicle that they are interested in and essentially choose their car before going down to a dealership. That's the typical model. So there is less of a need for bricks and mortar dealerships. The major brands are finding, and they're going through considerable consolidation of sites, meaning that there's they don't need as many locations within a certain market. Winnipeg has directly experienced that with a number of most dealership brands in our city. This drives more competition for the consumer, lowering price margins, and consumers shop around. Okay, so that essentially drives brands to look at distribution centers. So reducing the number of auto dealers into 1 or 2 or at most 3 per market versus larger number of dealers previously. There's other other discussion there with regard to the flux in the market, Amazon entering the market in Europe and coming to North America in the near future, which will obviously compress margins and drive additional competition. Again, lowering the need for bricks and mortar locations. The last part is a bit dated, so I wouldn't put a lot of weight on my discussion with regard to the sales in 2014-15, but the final part, COVID-19 public health pandemic, had a very large impact on business of automotive dealerships. Automobile sales declined significantly in that time frame. Dealerships were required to restrict public access to their properties. Significant employment layoffs were required in the dealerships. And supply of new automobiles was significantly reduced as auto manufacturers were unable to produce product at previous levels due to supply chain issues. So that definitely had an impact. Obviously, the valuation date is a little bit beyond that, April 1, 2023, but certainly there was an impact to the market in that time frame. Moving forward, page number 13 and the automobile dealership properties discussion and their identification as special use facilities. Now, this speaks directly to my valuation methodology, and I should have covered it ahead of my initial discussion there, but please keep this in mind when looking at how we have valued this type of property. So on page 13, you look at the top paragraph, we have an article from the Appraisal Journal entitled "The Peculiarities of Appraising Auto Dealership Facilities." Now, states auto dealership facilities are considered special use or special purpose properties, which means that they cannot typically be assigned to other uses. And auto dealership facilities are typically constructed for a specific use and are not readily adaptable to alternative uses. The structures don't lend themselves to other uses other than automobile sales and service, and are not readily convertible to alternative uses. Typical stages that we find for this asset class of automobile dealerships is there's essentially three phases. You have a branded new auto dealership, whether that be Honda, Ford, GMC, whatever it is. That is your initial phase of an auto dealership property. When it becomes obsolete for that particular use due to layout, location, design, size, whatever the situation is, and they typically do become obsolete, they typically evolve to a secondary use as a used auto dealership. You will see this in the marketplace where smaller dealerships or obsolete dealerships descend and become a used auto dealership. Then when the property is obsolete for that purpose, typically they become a redevelopment site because there is no use for that particular building outside of the specific automobile sales and service industry. So nobody is going to move into that building and utilize it other than for its particular purpose. And when it's obsolete for that purpose, it needs to be demolished and the site redeveloped. Now, there's any number of instances of this in the Winnipeg marketplace. I'll go through this rather quickly, but we have 6 of them outlined on page number 13. There's one on Pembina that I did forget to include as well, but we'll begin here. And these are, again, just to illustrate this point of it being a special purpose facility. So first one, 3021 Pembina Highway, former Winnipeg Honda property towards the end of Pembina Highway inside of the perimeter highway. The dealership moved to Waverly Auto Mall on the impetus of Honda itself, and the property owner was unable to either attract another brand to that site or lease it to any other type of automotive dealership. or automotive use. And indeed, they weren't able to tenant it with any other retail uses either. The property sat there for many years, frankly, until it was ultimately demolished and the property became a redevelopment site, and it has now been redeveloped into multifamily on that particular site. So the vacant period of time there was extensive. Number 2, 1310 Regent Avenue, originally a branded Ford dealership. It was rather small. It evolved into a used auto dealership and has now been demolished and is being redeveloped as a new dealership only because the owner of the property owns all of the contiguous land. So they can essentially put a larger structure there and utilize their overall holdings in order to make it work, but only because they have that contiguous land. Number 3,
Mr. Smith,
yes,
Smith,
Mr.
just
Chair.
for a minute, I think we have your point that there is at least a 3-step lifespan of these. The examples that you have here are all indicative of that. I don't think we have to go through all of the examples to realize, in fact, that your assessment of the 3 lifespans or 3 life stages of the car dealership are accurate. If you could perhaps move on to how that affects the valuation, specifically vis-a-vis the income valuation method, that would be of a great deal of assistance.
Yes, and thank you for that, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, I don't want to waste your time, so I will certainly take your advice and skip forward. So though the points are there for you to review if you have time, each of them are simply describing the same issue of automobile dealerships being purely automobile dealerships that have no particular other use on the market. So how does this affect valuation of the property? Well, they're not retail properties. You can't take a retail tenancy, certainly of a big box nature, and convince them to rent the space and move into these buildings. They don't fit. They're not designed for that purpose. They're not in locations that would be acceptable to those type of tenancies with regard to driving their particular retail business. So that is the importance of that particular point. They are specific use properties. Now, that being said, how do you value them? Well, you break them up. As I've indicated, you have a retail showroom front portion, and you have a vehicle service repair portion at the rear of the property. For illustrative purposes, bottom of page 14, we've included one of the city's typical comparables, this being a Michael's location on St. James Street, 840 St. James. If you look at the map at the bottom of the page, you can see where 840 St. James is there, just to the north of Old Navy. It has the address indicating it there. If you go into that property, you're looking at 85 to 90% of the leasable area of that unit being retail showroom space. So that is their selling floor. And at the rear of the property, you have the storage component. So warehouse, as well as delivery of goods. Now, I was in Canadian Tire last week. I've obviously been in many other, as we all have, many other of these big box stores. And I made a point of walking the store, looking at the space, looking at what the amount of storage area warehousing is at the back versus the front selling floor. Almost identical. And as you go through that type of property, that is the standard. So the comparison between the straight comparison between a big box store and an automobile dealership is simply not one that is appropriate as It's only a portion of the property that we're looking at, not the entire property. So that is the background. Let's skip forward to the valuation, beginning on page number 17. So as I had mentioned, on the open market, you're not going to find typically arm's length lease rates for automotive service and repair of the same type of size as the service and repair section of automotive dealership for the most part. Obviously, economies of scale come into play here as well. So if you look at the comparables that we have, obviously they range in size. We've presented 20 of them, and they range between, in the 2,000 plus square foot range up to 27,000 square feet, but most of them falling in that 2, 4, 8, 9,000 square foot range. Different than the size of a typical automobile dealership repair area, which would be larger and is not street front. It's located at the rear. It would typically draw a lower lease rate for all of those reasons. Size, of course, being one of those components. So let's look at the comps here. I'm not going to run through all of them. The one that I've highlighted at the top, 120 King Edward Street. This is a Boyd Auto location, so collision repair. It is on Route 90, so an excellent location. It's one of our larger comps at 15,031 square feet, and we have a 5-year lease term there beginning in 2018, running through the valuation date at a net rental rate of $8.50 a square foot. Now, is that as good a location as street front McPhillips or Regent? Perhaps not. It should perhaps be slightly higher than that, but that is a good indicator looking at the size of that particular comp, as well as in comparison to our properties under appeal here today. The other property that I have highlighted is at the bottom there, number 20. This is 1322 Waverly, located on the southeast corner of Waverly and McGilvery. Excellent location in southwest Winnipeg. And we're looking at an automobile sales location. This is not Automobile Corp. They are a used auto dealer, premium used auto dealer in the city of Winnipeg. Looking at an area, leasable area of 27,603 square feet. Again, a 2018 lease over a 5-year term at a rate of $6.85 a square foot. Now that rate looks quite low. It is quite low. And the background behind that is that the tenant was required to put money into the space themselves to build it out for their requirements. So their showroom and some of the service area was invested into by the tenant. So that rate will be on the low side for that reason. But again, it is an indicator of a proper arm's length rental rate on the open market. Now, the remainder of our properties are typically branded, national service centers such as Superlube, Fountain Tire, etc. They're not all indicated what they are, but most of them are nationals. Some of them are locals. They do vary in size. Obviously, they vary in age. Location is more of a driver here than the age of the property. You can see the rental rates, and we're looking at rental rates from that low end of the $6.85 a square foot up to a high of $13 per square foot. That being comp number 7, 123 Fort. This is a Fountain Tire location located just north of Broadway. And the reason the owner gets $13 a square foot is because of where it's located. You can walk to work in the downtown area and walk back and pick your car up at the end of the day. Obviously, they're going to drive a greater rental rate for that. So $13 there being the very high end of what one would see for automotive service, typically considerably lower. Now, if you look at our property as well as our remaining properties, we're looking at the back end of the property. And typically looking at considerably larger areas than what those represent. 1322 Waverly is shown on page 18 for your background. Now we can skip forward to page 19 and the showroom retail component of the property. I've highlighted a number here for you, and what I will point out is that I've provided photos of those properties as well as maps of their particular location. Now, this is critical with regard to understanding our valuation methodology and the comps that we presented versus the cities. Now, the city has presented exclusively big box retail comps that are in power center nodes. So anchored power center nodes. And when we look at the locations of where our automobile dealerships are, they're not in power center nodes. They may be on the same street, but they're not in the power center node. They're not immediately beside the power center node. They're down the street in a separate location, typically a little more peripheral, and certainly not in the same vicinity. I'll get into my discussion of that with regard to that on my rebuttal, but we can look at the comps that I have provided. So these are selected to be obviously as recent as possible, as close as possible to the subject, and to be of a similar type of retail nature, not similar type of retail nature, but a showroom retail type of nature in order to compare to the subject. So our first one here, and there is, I will point out, a very slight degree of crossover between our comps and the city's comps. First one here, 1520 Regent Avenue West. This is 26,000+ square feet. Leon's Furniture, 10-year lease beginning in 2021 at a rate of $14 per square foot. Now, where is this located? It is located on the Regent Avenue frontage, as shown on my page 20. It is separate from the power center node at Regent Lagimodier. It's further down the street, adjacent, but further down the street in a smaller development, Rougeau Plaza, or I can't remember the specific name. That is one of our comparables, 26,000 square feet, certainly a good comp for your front component again of the building. Moving down, number 3, 1540 Regent, adjacent to that, on the very edge of the power center site there, 2020 lease for 23,000+ square feet, Staples being the tenant. 2020 lease again, $10.25 a square foot. So why are they getting $10.25? It is very peripheral to the power center site, and that is what they're able to achieve in that particular location. Now, if you look at both pages 20 and 21, you can see the location of those comps in relation to where are the automobile dealers. They're on the far right-hand side of that aerial shown at the bottom of the page. So we'll get into where the city's comps once I issue my rebuttal, but we're trying to place them as close to where the auto dealers actually are, and in a situation where they'd be more comparable to the subject. Number 4, on page 19, 1487 Regent, even more so, closer. It is also closer in size, 39,128 square feet. $13.55 per square foot rate there, with an original lease beginning in 1998, obviously with steps and renewals occurring since that time frame. So the $13.55 being current. So that's our ones on Regent. Skipping down, we have couple on Portage Avenue. These are in a shopping center, but it's not grocery anchored. It's not on a power center node, and it is towards the end of Portage, getting a bit peripheral in terms of the location in the city. So same site, Princess Auto, 28,000+ square feet, 2017 lease at $13.50 per square foot. We also have on the same site, Giant Tiger, 2019 lease at $11 per square foot for that same time frame, beginning in 2019. Again, good indicators. There are others here, some on McPhillips, number 8, 1370 per square foot for 20,000 square feet, 2020 lease. We have a couple on Pembina, again, towards the end of Pembina. This is a redevelopment of an indoor mall where they demalled it. And they put in larger tenancies that are not internally connected. So we have PV Mart there, just under 33,000 square feet, 2018 lease at $10.50 per square foot. And then we have Dollarama at just over 15,000 square feet, 2020 lease at $15.54 per square foot for that particular site. Excellent comparable, number 12, also in the city's information, is the Shapes location on McPhillips. Now, this is located north of Leela on the east side of McPhillips in a small, I think it's a 3-unit center. It's located directly across the road from a number of our properties here today, 24,000+ square feet, 2016 lease for 10 years at $11.50 a square foot. Couldn't be closer to many of our properties here today, and also a good indicator for the other ones we're looking at. Moving down, I have a number other ones that are good indicators falling between that 13 and 21. I'll speak to those if you wish. They're kind of in that IKEA area, but off center, off to the east side, modern structures. And essentially our retail showroom. You can see the rates there in that 12.50, 13, 14 range. But other ones I've highlighted jumping down to 22 and 23. These are 1290 Keniston. Now, why do I pick this one in particular? Well, it's located immediately adjacent to 180 and 200 Lawson, which are on our docket today, and immediately north of the Mercedes dealership on Keniston Boulevard. This is a redevelopment of a former industrial building, very significant renovation, completely redone, turned it into retail, and we have 2 tenants there, both from 2016. On 10-year leases with steps. They originally signed in at $12 and $12.50 per square foot for 15,000 and 10,000 square feet roughly. And I will acknowledge that those rates have moved upwards, but I don't have access to the new information. I believe I was told that it's between $14 and $15 for those tenancies in that location now. Moving on each of these comps that I've highlighted, we have a photo and the location of them shown on a map on the following pages. Now, why have I included this? Well, the importance is that we're looking at the same type of property, but we're looking at appropriate locations with regard to where automobile dealerships are located and what type of rental rates would be achieved in those types of locations. So as I mentioned, 1290 Keniston, immediately adjacent, 2535 McPhillips, immediately adjacent, etc. Now, that is, again, a critical component. I will delve into the power center issue when we get into rebuttal, but we'll proceed with our evaluation here. Skipping forward, page 26. Our repair collision range is $6.50 to $13 a square foot. The retail showroom type space is $7.72 to $14.25 per square foot, with some adjustments to, again, 1 or 2 of those comps. Now, how do you value this? Well, we've given some guidance here, in that I'm giving you an example of how this would be approached. This is a weighted average approach where we're looking at 100 square foot building as an example, purely as an example. Now, these type of properties are typically broken into your front showroom retail and your rear auto repair. Now, what is the breakdown? Obviously, it varies property to property. We're not going to get into the minutia of dividing out the actual square feet, nor do I think that is appropriate on an overall basis. But typically, we're looking at a 40% allocation of retail showroom type of space and 60% devoted to automotive service. And this generally holds true across the whole asset class when you look at the individual properties. Obviously, there's going to be some variation, but that's a pretty good approximation of how these properties are broken out. So if you apply whatever rental rate you wish to the automotive portion and whatever rental rate you wish to the showroom portion, you arrive at an overall rate, giving you an overall rate for the property. Now, this is the type of analysis that we've done. Again, we aren't going through the exercise of breaking the property down on an exact square footage basis, nor do I think that is appropriate, but this is how it should be generally approached. Now, looking at the subject property, this is one of the larger properties in the city in terms of automobile dealerships at 64,000 square feet. It has a large area of basement here, a very unusual situation. Everybody knows my feeling on basements. Typically, they're not leasable space. However, this is built out and utilized, and they do store the vehicles and take delivery of their vehicles there. So it should have a rate put on it. We are looking at also economies of scale in terms of the size of the property in relation to the comps that we've included. So we have applied a net rental rate of $12 a square foot to the overall main floor, inclusive of showroom, as well as the back end. As I said, we're not breaking it down on a per square foot basis as overall for assessing the overall asset class. I don't think that's appropriate. So we've applied $12 to the main floor space and $8 a square foot to the basement space. You can go back and look at the photos and see what the basement is. I believe it's simply tiled flooring and delivery and storage of vintage as well as new vehicles for delivery. So when you apply those rates to the areas, you get an overall average of $11.26 a square foot. Let's move on to vacancy. As I've discussed, once these properties become obsolete, they typically sit vacant and become then used potentially as used auto sales locations. And then they descend into development sites. And typically you're looking at a very long period of time where they are vacant. When they're occupied, obviously they're occupied 100% for that whole period of time. But it's inappropriate not to acknowledge a normal type of vacancy for this asset class. So we presented some background with regard to vacancy stats in the city. I've included industrial. I'm not saying it's an industrial property. I'm saying this is what another asset class has as a typical vacancy. And when you look at that investment vacancy, we're looking at 4.5% for investment vacancy, 4.8 for single tenants, 5-year average of 6.6. Fort Garry a little bit higher than that. But again, it's not an industrial property. We're just saying this is another asset class and what the vacancy is for that particular type. Moving down more appropriately, we have the Johnson report and their vacancy stats for retail. So for 2022, they state strip center retail vacancy at 3.8% overall with a 5-year average of 3.8. And overall retail vacancy at 3.3% with a 5-year average of 4.8%. Now, city has used a vacancy rate of 2%. 2% equates to a single month of vacancy over a 5-year term, which is simply not appropriate over the long term. Long term for a property such as this, it's too low. It really doesn't acknowledge any vacancy that will occur. So looking at the stats here, as well as our commentary with regard to vacancy, we have applied a greater vacancy based on those stats of 4%, essentially matching what the market is saying for retail properties. Now, let's skip forward to page 28, the non-recoverable expense allowance. We've covered this extensively. I'm not going to run through this in any great detail. It is there for you to review all of the arguments with regard to the reason that the non-recoverable expense allowance should be higher are there for you, including the actual non-recoverable expense categories that should be included but aren't by the city are indicated. And we present the issue that there was a case study essentially done on a different asset class, but the first case study with any kind of extensive, very extensive argument on both sides with regard to non-recoverable allowance. And in that decision for 444 St. Mary, as indicated on page 28, the decision was made to increase the expense allowance to somewhere over 4%. We've applied 5% in our valuation across the board. The valuation used to be based on 7% by the city. They've since reduced it to 2 or 3%. Moving forward, shortfall is the same, and we can skip forward to capitalization rates. Now, as the city had noted, they're basing their capitalization rate on regional malls. Well, there's 4 regional malls, only 4. They're all enclosed. They're all multi-anchored, a completely different animal. And none of them have transacted within the valuation date timeframe. So the city has no capitalization rate transactions that they're presenting, as there are none in that category that they're basing it on, which I would strongly argue is an incorrect categorization of these properties. They're very far from being 500,000 square foot indoor malls with multi-anchors. Now, the other issue with regard to the city's cap rate, as I discussed, is it's a modeled cap rate, not based on actual. So it's an estimate, essentially. And as we know, that's why we have this forum. There's significant differences typically between the city's projected NOIs, income, expenses, cap rates, and the actual cap rates that things transact at. So that's the background. Looking at cap rate for the subject property and the remainder of our ones today. Well, there are no transactions where one can derive a cap rate of a true cap rate on the market for this particular asset class, because they are trade from one owner occupier to another, and they trade based on not purely retail basis. There are numerous business components that are included as well. If you look at my page 29, these adjustments are indicated there as well. Often beneficial financing, things of that nature there as well. Looking at our capitalization rate. So what we have here are transactions of strip malls in the city in the relevant time frame. Now, are these identical to the subject? No, they're not, but they do give you an indication of what astute investors are paying in the marketplace for a retail asset based on the actual in-place income and expense. So we have a range of well-located strip malls on major thoroughfares such as the subjects that we're looking at today, ranging between 1.6 and 4.25 million dollars in transaction value and occurring between 2018 and 2021. Now, our cap rate range here is a low of 6.3%. Up to a high of 8.9%. But again, these are significantly smaller. They're multi-tenanted, which spreads out your risk, and are typically well located strip malls. So this is a more manageable and attractive asset class size for a typical investor on the market. So typically you would see cap rates that would be lower than the subject. And again, it's not a direct comparison. It's simply this is what the retail asset class is going for on the marketplace. Now, the other thing I would note is there is no national demand for this particular type of asset class. There is, I believe, a single REIT, which I'm not sure if it's still operating or not, but that acquired automobile dealerships as their main acquisition target. And when we look at all the other asset classes, office, retail, industrial, there are many real estate investment trusts that target those asset classes, as well as institutional investors as well. So this is not an asset class that is valued highly by astute investors out there in the marketplace. So let's look at further detail, page 31. We have some background from major commercial brokerages. First, we have Cushman Wakefield indicating capitalization rate range for non-anchored retail strip malls of 6.5 to 7.5%. With Colliers also having an overall retail cap rate range of 6.5 to 7.5 for investment grade retail assets. Now, that is what the major market participants are indicating, 6.5 to 7.5. We're also looking at the specific time frame for the valuation date of April 1, 2023, as to what the properties would be valued at that point. Now, there was an enormous shift in interest rates. Bank of Canada interest rates rose from 0.5% in the spring of 2022 to 4.75% as of the valuation date, April 1, 2023. So a 4.25% increase in interest rates over that time frame. Now, what does this change in interest rates spark? It sparks a rise in mortgage lending rates. Obviously, it's not necessarily one-to-one, but obviously there's going to be an increase in mortgage lending rates. We all know that. And when your mortgage rate goes up, your cost of financing that particular asset goes up as well. And what that does is reduce your return on that asset. Now, investors aren't in the business of reducing their returns. So obviously they adjust what they would be willing to pay for a particular asset based on all of their costs. The major one being their cost of borrowing. So 4% is essentially a historic rise in that period of time over 1 year. So that absolutely needs to be taken into account with regard to what the appropriate cap rate should be for this type of facility. So we have a special use property that cannot be used by other type of retailers. This has been proven over and over, as per my examples, that they will not move into them. They are typically in locations that are they're not in big box locations. They are down the street from them. So they're in secondary type of locations, which would drive, as evidenced in our rental rates, as well as the city's lower rental rates overall. And we have a property that essentially has one specific use. So the risk factors here are very significant in comparison to standard asset classes. And we have applied a capitalization rate of 7.25% to our valuation here today. I believe I've utilized that in all of our properties across the board, maybe with one exception. If you look in my page 31, you can see the prior decisions on other automotive dealership appeals. 2023, we're at 8%. Being decided in an entire package at Point West, 7.5% in for new dealerships, 180 and 200 Lawson. In 2020, changing to 7.25% for those two properties in 2023. We've applied 7.25% across the board. We're not making a distinction between the individual ones here. The summary of this is shown on my page 31. You can see our valuation versus the city's 2025 and 2023 valuations. The city's reduced their cap rate considerably from 2023 to 2025. So our overall summary is shown there for you. An average rate of 11.26 per square foot, again, divided between basement and main floor, 4% cap rate. That should be 5% expense allowance.
Yeah.
Shortfall at 6% and a cap rate of 7.25%, giving us $8,662,000 as our final market value. Now, the addenda materials, and they are extensive, I realize, are just there for your background. We've included the city's valuation for the subject property, I believe. The income and expense for the property, we've included a photo indicating the breakout. This is on my page A-3. I don't know what the numerical number is because we don't have them numbered that way. A-3, so just into the addenda, indicating the breakout of the areas of the property and when they were constructed. And then we have decisions on either the individual property or the asset class, backing up what I presented with regard to existing decisions. At the back of the brief, you have a couple of articles with regard to the automotive industry itself, as I described earlier in my presentation. So the critical thing to note here is methodology. How is it appropriate to what is the most appropriate methodology in valuing these? I think it's quite clear that what we presented makes intuitive sense and is supportable by the marketplace, and is a fair representation of what could be achieved by this type of property were it to be leased and or sold on the market as of the valuation date. I'll leave it at that for the moment, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, have you any questions?
Yes, please.
No questions?
Yes, I have questions.
Okay.
Let's open page 3. Subject property has a mezzanine, main floor, showroom and basement, correct?
The subject property has main floor and basement, correct?
So it's like a typical car dealership has auto repair service and showroom with office, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, but I would disagree that it's like a normal car dealership because most of them don't have basements.
Okay. My question, can you rent a separate mezzanine, showroom on service garage?
Can I separate the mezzanine?
Can it be rent separate?
Can the rent be separate?
Correct.
Yes, certainly. Theoretically, it could be separated in that manner, yes.
Do you have example when it's rent separate, if car dealership separate?
Well, no, certainly I don't have examples of it as they are, as already stated, all owner occupied. We don't have arm's length leases on the market to look at. We're looking at what's the most appropriate methodology for renting these?
So if it cannot rent separate, we have to look on overall rent comparables, correct?
No, I never stated that it couldn't be rented separately. That was your wording, I believe.
On page 13, you state that automobile dealership property, if they empty, they never empty, they demolish or redeveloped, correct?
I said that is the typical evolution of an automobile dealership and the stages that it goes through. That is the typical life cycle that they pass through.
On your page 17, we have automotive, 1 second, maybe I skip one. Yeah, on page 17, your first set of comparables. The subject property on Mac Phillips, it has a huge traffic flow, correct?
On McPhillips, it does have a large traffic flow, correct?
What of your comparables has similar traffic flow like Mac Phillips on page 17? Can you point out?
Well, I would suggest that a high percentage of them do. We're looking at Route 90, 120 King Edward, very high traffic flow. 3 on Regent Avenue, very high traffic flow, very comparable. 2479 Pembina is right by University of Manitoba and Bison, very high traffic flow. Again, 960 Pembina, 3680 Pembina. The properties on Nairn, which is of course the extension of Regent, very high traffic flow. The Warman property is fronting on Lajmoje, obviously very high traffic flow. That is a national auto or national tire place, national tenancy tire place. Portage Avenue. I mean, we're looking at quite a number of the properties being on major thoroughfares. The exceptions would be the ones that aren't.
Would you agree that industrial property usually rent for less than commercial properties?
That which property does?
Industrial property, would you agree that industrial property usually rent for less than commercial properties on zoning wise?
Yes, on an overall basis, I would agree with you. Obviously, there are differences. If you have a brand new flex warehouse, well located, etc., sometimes they drive higher rental rates, but on an overall basis, yeah, I'm not looking at industrial though, I'm looking at automotive.
So your comparable 120 on King Edward located in industrial area, would you agree?
Which one was that?
Number 1 on King Edward.
Well, we're all aware of. So 120 King Edward Street is, pardon me, is just north of Portage Avenue. If you drive down Route 90, you run into the flex retail slash, I don't know what you want to call that particular mall, but it's retail slash industrial, and you're somewhat adjacent to Polo Park. Is it somewhat industrial? Somewhat, but the traffic flow is very high. It's a good location.
Yeah, it's a good location, but it's industrial properties that rent for less, correct?
Well, it depends on the tenancy and the location, so.
Your comparables on number 6 on Scorefield 31, it's located in industrial area as well, so it will be less for rent for less, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with you there. It's in Southwest Winnipeg, good location, but it is different. I acknowledge that.
Would you agree that your comparable number 7, it's located in downtown, and downtown market behave different than suburban market, correct?
Oh, very much. Yeah, I already indicated that and that the rent is on the high side because of that.
Your comparable 8 and 9 on Stanford and Oak Point, it's industrial area as well. That's why they rent for less, correct?
Sanford, yes. Yeah, Sanford is, well, it's in the. Yes, I would agree with you on Sanford. The number 9, which I should have pointed out, more emphasis, is actually a used auto dealer occupying the former Harley Davidson first run dealership. Obviously slightly different from a first line auto dealer, but that is what it is. And it is more of an industrial area.
Your comparable 12 through 17 on Stradacona, Nairn, Dougal, Warm, and Oak Point industrial area as well, correct?
No, I disagree. Stadacona is kind of residential, kind of industrial, so I'm presenting 20 comps here. I'm not putting a huge amount of weight on each individual one. But yes, I'd agree with you with Stadacona. 750 and 720 Nairn, I would highly disagree with you. Nairn is certainly a mixture between retail and some quasi-industrial type of properties. If you look at the frontages and the uses there, I would say it strongly tends more towards retail along Nairn.
Same 1123 Notre Dame industrial as well. So from 11 to 18 industrial. We're looking on Portridge 19. It's outside, it's close to perimeter. It's not a retail shopping mall, it's just more industrial area still.
Sorry, which one was that?
Comparable number 19.
2554 Portage?
Yes.
No, that is certainly not a industrial. It's right on Portage Avenue.
Okay. You would agree that older property usually rent for less than newer one?
Well, so as a generalization, I might agree with that if everything was always equal, but of course it never is. So location is far more critical than the age of the property.
So the subject property original was built in 1990 with 3 additional construction until 2006, correct?
Correct.
So your subject property, your comparables, one built in 1970, it's industrial area plus 20 years older than subject property.
It is. As I've stated, location is more critical than the age of the development. In many cases, properties get redeveloped, but the location in retail rules certainly over the age of the structure.
Your comparable number 5 on Pembina, it's a good street with flow traffic, but was built in 1965, 25 years older than subject property. It will be rent for less, correct?
Not strictly based on a single parameter. No, the property is located at the intersection essentially of Bison and Pembina. So the location overrules when the structure was built. As long as it's functional and utility of it is good for the particular use, the location certainly trumps age.
If you look on your comparable number 10, 960 Pembina built in 1972, rent already $12.75, and your comparable number 5 on 2479, built in 1965 for $10.71. So age really has effect of rent rate, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't entirely catch your question there.
Okay, you have comparables number 5 on Pembina, built in 1965. You
Yeah.
have comparables number 10 on Pembina again, built in 1972. Its rent changed from $10.71, same area, around 5,000 square feet, from 10.71 to $12.75. So age, because it's same area, same street, by youngest properties, rent going higher, correct?
So they're virtually the same age, 5 years difference. 960 Pembina is considerably closer to downtown. And it's essentially by the intersection with Grant there. It's an excellent location and it drives the rental rate that they're able to achieve there of $12.75 because of the location.
Your comparables 11, 3680 Pembina again. It's built in 1988, 2 years before subject property. It will be your best comparables to the subject property rent, correct?
So no, I'm not in the exercise of singling out single comps as being the one to rely on. What we present here is this is the market for automotive service. This is, you need to take it all into account, not select one single one and say, well, this is what should be. There is no single comparable out there that is going to be the appropriate size and the appropriate location that's going to give you what the appropriate rent should be. So no, I would disagree with that. And frankly, those don't exist on the marketplace. So we're looking at, what was that, 3680, 7,200 square feet versus whatever the service area is going to be on a 64,000 square foot auto dealer. So no.
Your comparables from 12 to 20, most of them industrial area and very old, between 1963 to 1979, correct?
Well, the ages are there for everybody to see. Yes, we've indicated when their date of construction is. I think we've already covered where they're located and my thoughts on those.
So in this case, we look at comparable number 11, 36.8 Pembina. It's built 1988, close to the subject property age, rent for $20.50. It's more close to the subject property type, correct?
Sorry, $20.06.
No, $12.75.
So you're referring to 3680 Pembina?
Yes, because we decide that Pembina close has same traffic flow, like similar traffic flow explosion, close to reference the date of building of subject property. It's more suitable to look into rent or $12.50.
So this, to answer your question, this is why we present the spectrum of rents that we do, arm's length rents on the open market, because you can't rely on a single rent. By standard assessment and appraisal methodology, a single point does not make the market. So you can't say one rent is what it should be. It gives you guidance, but it doesn't in any sense give you what the overall should be. What you need to do is look at the spectrum of rates, where they are, type of property, location being critical here, focusing on the original age of the structure and ignoring the location and the use and the visibility, etc., is a bit reductive. We're not in any sense focusing on industrial locations here and trying to mislead the panel. What we're presenting is what the market is as we're able to collect that data.
Your page 19.
Yep.
You would be agreed that older property usually rent for less, that's less, that newer one.
So no, I wouldn't. As in theory, everything being equal, yes, perhaps, but of course that's not reality. Location, particularly with regard to retail, is critical with regard to the achievable rental rates that an owner can achieve on the market. So again, focusing on the age is reductive and doesn't necessarily fairly represent what market rate should be.
Your start date close to reference day comparable number 1, 2021 for 1520 Regent Avenue at $14 per square foot. It's close to reference date, correct?
It is close to the reference date, yes.
Your comparable number 8 on McPhillips, I don't know street, I cannot verify. It was rented 2020 at $13.70, close to reference date, correct?
It is close to the reference date in 2020. Yes, that was that particular one was taken from the city of Winnipeg evidence in a different hearing where the location was not identified.
Your comparables number 11 on Pembina Highway, 2860 Pembina Highway, rent in 2020 at $15.54, closest to the reference date, correct?
That particular one being the Dollarama at 15,000 square feet did rent for 1554, yes.
Your comparable number 15 on 960 Larimer Boulevard, rent in 2020 for $14.25, close to the reference date as well.
So can I save us some time here? Are we looking exclusively at the closest transactions in terms of time to the reference date and what their rental rates are? Because yes, the ones that you're picking out do have rental rates that are a little bit higher than some of the other ones. Is that the overall point here that we're looking at?
So you're going on page on page 27. If you're looking on vacancy, you would agree that subject property, it's owner occupied. It can
Correct.
be similar like single tenants property, correct?
It is owner occupied and would be closest to a single tenant, yes.
Just for record, single tenants property, owner occupied property across the city, we apply 2% vacancy. Would you agree that if this car dealership will be vacant, it will be redeveloped or demolished, correct?
Well, it would, once it becomes obsolete for its purpose, which it's not at this point in time, but it will become so. Typically over time, following the standard life cycle of these things, it will have to be repurposed because the design, again, of auto dealerships and the location of them typically is not suitable to other retail users.
Let's open page 13. You did point that Macmillan Street have similar traffic flow like Pembina, Region, Portridge. In all, you showed some comparables that was demolished or redeveloped, correct?
I have shown some automobile dealership properties that have gone through the cycle of redevelopment, yes.
So subject property, it's owner occupied, it will be zero vacant or will be redeveloped, correct?
So the point of what I presented there on page 13 is that the structures are specific to their use, and typically when they go through this phase, or when they descend due to obsolescence, there is vacancy that the properties incur. So to say it's owner occupied, so it should be 0%, well, that's not how we value things. And applying 2% vacancy is essentially applying zero vacancy to the subject. So that is my point in what's presented there.
So 4%, it's much higher than 2%. It's undervalued the subject property by applying 4% vacancy, correct?
Absolutely not.
I'm going to interrupt here. With respect to the vacancy, I think we've all heard about the 2% and the 4%. The facts are all before the panel. Due weight will be given to all of the evidence at this point. And I think we can move on from vacancy now. Thank you.
On page 29, we will regard capitalization rate. It is true that you didn't provide area of the sale properties, age, net operating income, so we cannot verify your cap rate, correct?
No, that's incorrect. It's actually quite easy to verify the figures. What we presented is as the material it is for confidentiality purposes. But if you work in this field, certainly you can do the lookup of what transacted on for that amount in that location on that type of date and verify those transactions. This is not information that the city doesn't have.
You would agree that subject property value of over 10 million, much bigger value of subject property over 10 million, not much. Your property sale between 1.6 to 4.2 million. It's 2-3 times less size of properties than subject property.
Yeah, so they are certainly different in terms of the magnitude of the sale prices. I've already indicated that, but again, if we're looking at the city, comparing them to regional shopping malls, the delta there is certainly significantly greater. The point of this is to say this is what retail is transacting on the market. We're not going to have $10 million sales of auto dealerships to compare it to with arm's length leases.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, have you any questions?
I do just have one quick question in regarding your workup on page 31. I think you did note that the expense allowance, there's a typo there.
It is, and I apologize for that. Did you want me to recalculate it for you?
Well, I recalculated it, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the number that we should be going off of.
I would, yes, absolutely. It should be 5% and not 7%.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you very much. That's
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marks, questions?
Yes, comparable big box stores, would they equate to automobile showrooms per square foot?
So somewhat, yeah, and I'll delve into this in my rebuttal when we get there. But the location of that big box store is critical to what rate should be applied. But as an overall, yes, you should look at those retail big boxes that I presented in terms of what the rental rate should be.
Okay, and one further question regarding the repair area of the auto stores, would that equate to an auto repair facility?
Typically larger. These are typically larger. Certainly
Right.
for the subject, it's 64,000 square feet. So if you look at 60% of that roughly being a repair, is going to be larger than anything on the market that is leased on an arm's length basis.
Okay,
So
so it would be a different cost per square foot.
it would, economies of scale would come into play, certainly.
Okay, good, thank you. And I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. page 19, your comparables, Mr. Smith, you identified number 22 and number 23 as a redevelopment, and because they were on Lawson, they were good comparables, being quite close to the Mercedes dealership, the Lexus dealership, the Range Rover dealership, etc. You had also indicated that this is a 10-year lease starting in 2016, but that there was a step, they were step up. So the numbers that you have there, the $12 and $12.50 are not the net rent per square foot as of the reference date.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to obtain what those steps were, but I'm acknowledging that the rental rates, and I had seen them mentioned in another hearing. The rental rates as of the valuation date are higher than those 12 and 12.50. I believe they were 14 to 15 per square foot, if I recall correctly, but I don't have that data, unfortunately.
Okay, just one moment, please. The finish of the retail area here, with respect to the subject property, is quite nice. I'm just looking at your picture 6, and that's rather subjective of me. I apologize, but they have high ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows, polished floors. Looks like either metal or metal facing walls. This is not like a fountain tire on the inside.
The showroom certainly is not like a fountain tire on the inside. No, the service area is.
And the office area, is it on the mezzanine level or is it on the main floor?
Well, it's a bit of a mix of both, in that when you walk in, they have, the salespeople, little cubicle offices at the rear of that front showroom area. And then there is mezzanine office above that as well. I think the mezzanine is shown on the bottom of page number 6. Now, again, it's somewhat of its era, so I don't disagree that, it looks nice. It's not how they're typically designed these days. It's just different, right?
Okay. And when you were discussing the general valuation of the car dealerships, you indicated that there's a retail and you were using retail comparables, and that there's an automotive and you were using automotive comparables. But there's a significant office area here as well, and you have not used any office comparables. What is the reason for that?
Well, so I have one other, I'll describe it this way. I have one other property that is a new build, and it's the head office of an online retailer, and they have need for a storage warehouse, need for office, and they built, because they had the site, they built a showroom retail on the front of it. Now, in that particular building, they're distinct in that you have showroom retail separated from office, which is 2 stories, accessible from the outside, which is then separated from the warehouse. And in all these cases, it's not like that. So determining the office is an integral part of the showroom retail and isn't separated, and certainly wouldn't be a separately leasable component. It's just larger than what you would have as far as supportive office in a typical retail situation.
Okay. Just reviewing my notes with respect to cap rates to see if I've got any questions there. And I don't at this stage. You had indicated that you had some rebuttal evidence as well. Perhaps what we'll do, Mr. Mohan, if you can distribute the rebuttal evidence, please.
Of course, I think it's in the SharePoint. I uploaded it a little bit. Is it just the first one you're using right now, or is
The
it
first one.
just the first one? Okay, yeah. I'll send that to the assessor then. So it's just gonna be the first rebuttal in our SharePoint.
Okay, and then perhaps what we'll do is we'll take 5 minutes to review this. And Mr. Moyan, if you can please put the assessor in the waiting room, and Mr. Marks and Ms. Penner will reconvene maybe a minute or two early, just have a discussion about the rebuttal evidence. And so right now, let's take 5 minutes. Fair enough?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We've got the applicant rebuttal evidence in front of us, and I'm focusing, Mr. Smith, specifically on page 5 of 6. I think we've all had an opportunity to review it, and page 5 of 6 is headed McPhillips, Layla Power Center, Garden City Shopping Center, Garden City Square, Northgate Shopping Center. Those are the, is that the rebuttal evidence that you are proposing, Mr. Smith?
Well, my rebuttal evidence is the whole document, and I'm certainly not going to go through them on a comp by comp basis. That's not the intent. It's a high level overview to indicate what has been presented and give the board more of a background on what you're actually looking at there.
Perhaps then a brief summary would be, I don't want you going through all of these because the average rent and the weighted rent seem the same. You've covered a lot of that in your questions already with respect to the location of these.
Yep.
So perhaps just focusing on the McPhillips Layla Power Center at this point, you can make your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly take your point, and I will focus on that. My intent is not to go through the comps one by one. It's to inform the panel as to what was presented by the city. So it's a summary and visual representation of what the city has presented. So I will take your point and skip forward to page 5. The general overview and each of these comp breakdowns as the city had them is that the comps are either in typically, with some minor exceptions, typically in either an enclosed mall such as Grant Park or Garden City or Kildonan Place, or they are in an anchored power center node such as Crossroads Station at Lajimoje and Regent Avenue, etc. So I do think it's important that the panel look at each of them. I'm not going to cover the detail. The important point to note is, where are these comps? What are these comps and what rental rates are they driving? So I take your point. I will go to page 5 for now. And if you look at my page 5, this represents the comparables the city presented from 61 to 72. They are typically located in that McPhillips and Leela Power Center node. So if you look at, it's a little bit different in that Garden City Shopping Center is right on the corner there, and some of the comps are in it, but the location that you're looking at is, so Garden City Shopping Center, which is number 67, Good Life Fitness, but then across the street, you have the Power Center node of Garden City Square, which is where the vast majority of these comparables are, number 61 through 66, I think it is. And your tenancies there, and essentially all of the tenancies that you're looking at here from the city are national tenancies with extremely strong covenants. So you're looking at Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, virtually bulletproof, essentially, as far as a covenant. You have Mark's Work Warehouse, extremely strong. Staples, Marshalls, yes, Planet Fitness. Now, we're not saying that these tenancies on their own are wrong or misleading. This is the type of tenancy that you get for properties of that nature. And properties of this size, and indeed I have a couple of those same tenancies, I think, in my list. It's the location of them that's critical. Now, when you build a power center, it's anchored. So you look at this particular one, it's anchored by Home Depot. And then if you look across the street, you have, well, Garden City Shopping Center, one of the 4 enclosed, main enclosed malls in the city, which is of course anchored by Canadian Tire. And it has a different grocery anchor than typical, but a very large one and very successful, that being the Seafood City supermarket, because of the cultural environment that it's located in. Michael's, Winners, etc. in that location. Equally, you go down the street to comparables number 71 and 72. This is the Northgate Shopping Center. Now, Northgate used to be an enclosed mall. It is not now. It has been demalled and re-tenanted, but it is an anchored mall, a grocery anchored mall. Now, grocery anchored malls obviously draw tenants that want to be in close proximity because they get more business that way. They get more business, they're willing to pay more rent. That's how this goes, particularly with regard to power center developments. Now, we're focusing right now on page 5. I would very strongly encourage you to look at the Regent and Lagimodier discussion on pages 1, the Polo Park discussion on page 2, Southwest Winnipeg, etc. Each of these has, pardon me, the same issue with regard to what the city is presenting. So if I develop a power center, I anchor it with Walmart, Superstore, Canadian Tire, those major anchors, right? All of the national tenancies want to locate on that same site because they do more business, and they know they will do more business. They have the metrics to prove it, and they will obviously be willing to pay more money to rent on those particular sites. This is well proven. The developers know it. The tenant reps that put the tenants in there know it. The leasing agents on behalf of the owner know it. It's a proven fact. The power center nodes drive greater rental revenue and higher values. Now, none of our properties that we're looking at are in a similar type of location. So that is the difference. And the comps that I have selected are intended to show you what big box retail type properties will rent for in an off-center location, like where the auto dealers are located, like the ones on McPhillips, which for the most part are located north of Leela, not the subject, which is across on the west side and further south. But they are not either on, they're most certainly not on power center node big box retail developments, nor are they immediately adjacent. They are down the street, and they will draw less revenue, as evidenced by my information, but also by the cities. If we look at, in particular, on page 5, as you indicated, number 68, 2535 McPhillips Street. That is a Shapes location, and it is located immediately across the road from 3 of our properties here today. And bear with me while I flip to the city's evidence. What was that? Number 68. Number
And Mr. Smith,
is-
you've already covered that, Mr. Smith. We know that that's
we aren't looking at the rental rate, Mr. Chair. It rented for $11.50 a square foot, and I do apologize for the time. $11.50 a square foot across the street from the subject. So the average rents here $14.51, weighted average $15.15. Yes, probably not inappropriate for what would be appropriate for the front end of the property. Maybe certainly slightly on the high side because of the fact that they are in these power center nodes, and the front end of these dealerships would draw less rent for that in the theoretical world that we're operating. So that is the background. please take into account the other pages of the rebuttal. I will take your advice and leave it at that for now, but it is there for you to review and is certainly does prove informative, I believe.
Thank you. We will certainly consider all of that. Ms. Shable, have you any questions on the rebuttal?
Would you agree that a car dealership anchor for typical type of car itself for itself?
Do I agree that the car dealership does sales?
That car dealership will be a typical like anchor mall for this type of
No,
car
absolutely
itself?
not. It would never be considered an anchor.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, questions on rebuttal?
No questions for me, thank you.
Mr. Marks?
No questions for me, thank you.
And I have no questions. That will conclude this matter. Oh, sorry, Ms. Shable, have you any summary with respect to the property at 1400 McPhillips?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of market value. The main disagreement is rent. The subject property is typical car dealership that has auto repairs service and showroom with offices. This subject property was original built 1990 with several additional construction, but last additional construction 2007, not just construction of canopy tower to the main entrance of existing commercial building, also was interior alteration to include construction offices on main level and a new showcase on lower level. It's on my page 2. So the subject property very well developed, and by agent use rent comparables that much older that subject property rents that undervalue the subject property. We use rent supported by rent comparables, big shopping mall by following direction of Municipal Assessment Act. That car dealership, it's a typical characteristic similar to regional retail with national rather than local tenants. So our rent comparable showed more than $15.15 per square foot. We use less than $12 per square foot for the assessment on second page. Yes, it's very well supported by our comparables. The agent showed comparables for service area, for showroom, but car dealership cannot rent space separate. It's one single occupied space. Regard vacancy. This subject property is owner occupied, and for we rely on mass appraisal model rate for vacancy 2% for owner occupied single or single tenants property to be consistent and fair across the city. By using 4% vacancy by agent, he undervalued the property. Also for mass appraisal model, we use expenses shortfall for all car dealership, 3% not recoverable, in shortfall $6 per square foot. That was statistical approval by analyzing expenses to maintain properties, supported by income expenses Miller provided for us. It's statistical crunched number. Our capitalization rate model generates 6.55%. That inside in retail regional chart from capitalization rate for the city between inside 5.85 and 6.8. Similar with colors in CBRE 6.7%, 6% to 7%. So it's very well supported by outside, supported by comparison, the real estate market reported by Colliers International, Canada, and CBRE National Research. The agent own comparables. Sorry, I go back a little bit to rent. Agent own comparables that rent prior to reference day April 1st, 2023 on Pembina, 3680 Pembina, $12.50. 4087 Regent Avenue West, 5020 Regent Avenue West, 1290 Kenanstan, $12.50. Very well supported our estimate overall of $18.90. Based off my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property $10,943,000. They're very well supported by cost approach at $10,975,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any summary?
Yes, very briefly. So the challenge here is how do you appropriately value an owner-occupied asset class? I've shown you the proper methodology that I've presented. You essentially have two components of the property. What I will point out, which I perhaps should have earlier, is there's any number of property classes that the city values with different income streams within a property that are treated differently, such as an apartment with main floor retail or a commercial property with a gas station, etc. There is ample precedent for valuing the property with two income streams. This is nothing unusual and is supported by methodology by both appraisal and assessment. So the methodology property represents what the structure is. The other challenge is the rental rates that you apply to those. Now, we're not saying that automobile dealerships are, poor low-level properties by any means. That's not the point here. It's what should be applied to them and where should those comps come from. They shouldn't come from power center nodes that drive the absolute maximum rents in the marketplace for the reasons I've stated. They should come from similar locations, this is for the retail portion, that provide appropriate rental rates for the subject property. Now, would they be towards the upper end of those for the retail portion? Certainly that might be the case, but they're not going to fall within a property that is located out front of Walmart on the corner of Kenaston and McGilvery or Regent and Lagimoje. That's the background with regard to capitalization rate. It's not a regional mall. Will never be a regional mall. Those are entirely different animals, can't be compared. The risk that an investor would take on in buying a property such as this is completely different from buying a standard retail asset. So yes, it's going to fall towards the upper end of the range, and we've placed it there at 7.25, under the 7.5, as supported by our market evidence. That is my summary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank
you. Then we will conclude this matter and move on to the next matter. That's the street address of 2400 McPhillips. The questions and the answers with respect to the comparables, the cap rates, the vacancy, and the non-recoverable expenses from the previous property will apply to this. I'm sure that will be acceptable to both Ms. Schabel and Mr. Smith. But I see at 2400 McPhillips, there is also a request that the burden of proof shift pursuant to section 53 as a result of non-cooperation. Ms. Shable, would you please introduce the property and then move on to the evidence of non-cooperation?
File number 24-4077, roll number 050094224630. Please remove my request for not cooperation. Agent rebuttal showed that I miss this income expenses. It was provided for us in July 28, 2023.
Okay. Thank you. Then we will dispense with that. We will have the record reflect that in the course of the decision making. If you could then please proceed with the evidence, with your evidence.
The subject property assessment for 2025 with reference date April 1st, 2003, 8,058,000. The subject property complete auto dealership, original start to bill in 2003 with addition in 2022. We use effective years 2006. The subject property located zoning commercial regional, has land area of 182,371 square feet, has planned area of improvements 36,712 square feet, no basement, gross floor area, leasable area 41,906 square feet, 2 square feet. On page number 2, I look into existing permits. Construction was started in 2003. Construction was finished in 2003. We have construction addition 2021. So just for permits showed 4.1 million construction cost of improvements, but subject property has land 4.97 to 1 to improvements. So plus land value, it will be close to 8 million. We did assess. On page number 3, street view air photo subject property. It's located northwest side of city. On page 4, air photo view with building. It's a rectangle shape of the site located facing McPhillips Street, not far from Templeton Avenue.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, is this in regards to the non-co-op or is this the actual evidence itself?
No, sorry, this is the actual evidence. Ms. Shable withdrew the non-cooperation.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, I misunderstood. Okay.
Okay.
Page number 6, more street view and zoning. Is a commercial regional. This district intend to accommodate the development of large scale, distinctive, attractive regional center containing a mix of concentrated land uses. Those commercial uses are subject to frequent view by the public and visitor to the city, and they should provide an attractive appearance with landscaping. Sufficient parking and controlled traffic movements. The said center should provide commercial, office, institutional, and residential uses in structures at higher intensities in surrounding area. The area may also contain concentration on medium to high density office development, as well as broad mix of complementary uses, which may include major civil and public facilities and park. This district may contain multifamily housing development, should facilitate and encourage pedestrian travel between residential and not residential uses. The subject property rent comparables at big boxes according to the following municipal order, size 2005, I guess. I don't go there. Please apply my information from first case.
Yes, we will.
It will be similar comparables on McPhillips from 61 to 72 with $15.15 per square foot. It's average. We're going straight to our assessment. On page number 9, we did assess 41,902 square feet at $12.77. Give us a potential rent of $535,889. You can see that we have only one premise. It's what we doing is try to update all car dealership by using only one premise. For subject property, we apply. It's owner occupied single tenants, 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, in shortfall $6 per square foot. Give us net operating income of $503,627. For the subject property, because it was original built in 2003, not 1999 like previous building. Capitalization rate already 6.25%, a little bit smaller. Give us for age, give us estimate value of $8,058,000. So we already look capitalization rate for the city with comparison with Collier, CBV, Cushman on page 11. Let's look on page 13 for cost approach. The subject property replacement cost $7.4 million. After depreciation, subject property depreciation cost $5.8 million. Subject property land value $3.7 million, close to $4 million. Give us $9.6 million cost approach. I presented same land comparables. Our assessment at $20.44 for the land. So I don't go deeper. We have same direct comparison approach, estimated value by compared to gross floor area. It's $192,031 per square foot, but it's just to estimated value. It's not direct comparison approach. I have same orders following by land comparison on page number 60. I already went through them. 60 through 65. On page 66, estimate value of the property. The two approaches to the value used in this report indicate the following value for the subject property. Income approach, $8,058,000. Cost approach, $9,592,000. The income approach was the approach used by the City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department to value the subject property for the 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference. In this case, indicate that income approach value is reasonable. Therefore, the final estimate of value for the subject property, $8,058,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, have you any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could carry forward my questions from the original property for this one as well as the remainder.
Certainly.
I do have a few other questions, just very quickly. I won't spend any time on them. Looking at page 14 and the land sale comparables for the cost, many of these are zoned residential and developed as residential, correct? Including one of the commercial zoned ones?
We have comparable number 4 commercial, comparable number 4 commercial multi-use, Incomparable number 6, commercial multi-use. But all my comparables is commercial rent less as sell less as C4 commercial regional like subject property.
So just to clarify, 1530 Ward has been developed as a multifamily property, correct?
Let's open
Page 64. Actually, it may not be yes, it is 64. I think.
We can look specific for all my property if you want, because first photo on top under table it's during sale, and bottom what showed improvements, it's no improvements. One on page 64, 530 Ward, it was sale like vacant land. Now we have improvements start to construct. This sale was happened in 2021. It's commercial use, zoning commercial multi-use. It rented $25.91 per square foot. We assess less around $20 per square foot. It's fair. It's very well supported by my comparables land sale.
So I don't want to lend credence to the cost approach because it's not appropriate here, but in looking at page 66, so your final estimate of value, so you've income approach at just over 8 million and cost approach at 9.6 roughly million. So they're 1.6 million apart. Typically, to be supportive, we'd be looking at a 5% or less variation, but you're stating that this is supportive?
Yes, it's a frame
Okay,
for
my only
our
question.
cost
Thank you.
approach.
That's it for me.
Well, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Marks, any questions?
No question, thank you.
Ms. Penner, questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
And I don't have any questions. Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've presented a lot of material already. I'm not going to cover that ground twice, obviously. If we could keep my original discussion and testimony here in mind as we go forward, it applies across the board for all the properties we're looking at. So one thing I will bring up in the beginning for this is this focus on, well, it can only be valued as a single type of use. The city's approach on numerable other asset classes disproves that, where they apply different income streams and different capitalization rates to individual components of a property. This is exactly the same. When I've already mentioned too, there are a number of others that certainly all of the panel members will have already seen. So to say that it can only be valued as one entity, it has to be all retail. Well, that ignores the physical facts of the property itself, the reality on the ground, as well as how properties are valued by the city in their model to begin with. So that is something to keep in mind. We can skip forward to the property we're actually dealing with, 2400 McPhillips Street. So this is the Jim Gauthier Buick GMC Cadillac location. As you can see from my cover photo of the subject property, we have incidentally inspected all of these properties before you today. All of the photos are my own. And yes, that is the background for you. So let's look at my page number 3. Property is currently assessed for 2025 at $8,058,000. It is zoned C2. And we have a couple of different ages with regard to development. It was originally built in 2003. I think the city's information has covered the background here. There was an addition that was put on that for the showroom for Cadillac in 2021, 2022, which increased the size of it. And we have now a total leasable area of 41,902 square feet, all of them above ground. There are no basements in this or any of the other properties that we're dealing with. So sitting on 4.2 acres, we have a land to plan area ratio again towards the lower end at 5.0 to 1, where typically we're looking for 8 to 1. So a bit of a hindrance there with regard to storage of property and display. Let's look at the photos of the property beginning on page 4, some exteriors of both the front and back. Then we get into the showroom. Now, being built in 2003, it is again of its era for the most part. They haven't gone through extensive renovations for this particular property. If you look at page 5, you can see the drop T-bar ceiling with acoustic tile. Yes, they have tile flooring, but it's tile flooring of that time period. Again, I'm not saying it's bad property. I'm saying it's of its era, right? So that's what we're looking at. You can see the sales offices at the back at the top of page 6. I think the ownership had a blanket deal on carpet because we have the same carpet here as we did in the last property, as you can see. It is there in the mezzanine office area. Some of the, I think that's the lunchroom at the top of page 7. Yes, it is. And then we have the new display space for Cadillac, which is shown on the bottom of page 7. So they required very specific build out to them, which they built out for them. So this is largely display space for their product. With some small supportive office. Now, remainder of the photos there are of the service areas. Very clearly, very different from the front end of the building. I will indicate the location of the property. Pardon me. Site is shown on page number 10, outlined in red. And on page 11, you can see the location. So we are now well north of the Leland McPhillips interchange. This is where 3 or 4 of our properties are. And beyond this, you're essentially, I think there is a Honda dealership, a City of Winnipeg site, and then you're into vacant land fields, essentially. With some interspersed older things in that particular location. So you really are on the edge of the city where these are located. So that is the location. We can skip forward through the background information with regard to methodology. All of our comparables are the same. I have gone through my description and extensive questioning on the automotive. What we're saying is not that each of, that one of these comps should be taken as the one most appropriate to the subject. We're saying this is what is available on the market as far as rental rates. Are there going to be others out there? Perhaps there will be. We aren't able, obviously, to cover everything, nor is the city, nor do they present it. And what I would point out is that location is critical, particularly for the retail component, but also for automotive. We're not presenting off-center industrial locations to try and guide the panel. What we're showing is the market as a whole, and the ones that are being described as automotive or rather industrial for the most part are not industrial. They're on main thoroughfares with good visibility, etc. So are they perfect comps? No, they're not. You're not going to find perfect comps. They are what they are. They are informative, particularly the ones I've highlighted. And would the subject and other dealers, would they maybe be slightly different in terms of the appropriate rental rate? Well, they'll have more space to be leased. or rather more space designated to the automotive service section of their buildings, typically. So they'll typically be considerably larger than these comps. They may be better located than some. I won't question that. Although keep in mind, we are on the edge of the city here. We're not adjacent and or on the site of Garden City Square or Garden City Shopping Center. We're around the corner and up the block. So the automotive comps are there for you. They range up to $13. $13 is not appropriate, without question. It would not draw $13 on the marketplace, nor is $6.85 appropriate. So typically you're looking at that range of $9 to $11 is what I would provide guidance for. Again, keep in mind the not AutoCorp lease, which of course included build out by the tenant, so that is on the low side, but again, it's not going to double in nature. And we can skip forward to the showroom retail. Now, I'm not going to rely on one comp here. These are all here for a reason, but what I will point you to is the comparable number 12, 2535 McPhillips. 24,367 square feet, national tenancy, Shapes Co-ed Fitness. Built in 2006-7, 10-year lease beginning in 2016 at a rate of $11.50 per square foot. Now, that is immediately across the road from, I don't know if it's immediately across from the subject, but it is right there where all of these properties are that we're looking at. Now, is $11.50, on its own, is that appropriate? No, you have to take into account the other comparables that we've provided, as well as the city and what an appropriate rental rate would be. What I will say is the average rate for better located properties on Power Center node that the city has presented is $15. So that should give you some guidance as well. So our range there is as it was before. You can see the photos and location of our comps. Again, we're trying to provide comparables that are in a similar location with a similar use that are big box type of retail, to give you that perspective on what the front end might rent for. We've given you an example of how to approach this methodology in applying a rental rate on page 26, obviously not using rental rates that we're using or that you should use, just an example. And overall, looking at the age of the building, the size, again, we're looking at 42,000 square feet here, the location on the periphery, etc. 42,000 square feet is again certainly on the high side. Economies of scale will come into play, and our blended rate overall for the subject is $12 per square foot for the subject, as shown on page 26. Our vacancy discussion, expense allowances, capitalization rate are all the same. If you skip forward to page 31, our valuation is summarized using the $12, 4% vacancy, 5% expense allowance, and the 7.25% cap rate gives us our final market value of $6,187,000. And again, I would stress the mortgage lending environment and interest rate environment that the valuation date falls within. The historic rises in interest rates up to the valuation date. We're not valuing either after the valuation date or before the valuation date. We're valuing the property as of that time frame, and you have very high lending rates, which would impact return and would, of course, drive higher capitalization rates. So we have used 7.25, and this gives us our final market value. I have supplied The addendum materials are the same as before, except those specific to the subject, including a photo of the breakdown of the build out of the property on my page A-1. And I believe that is it as far as my presentation goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, have you any questions?
Please transfer my cross-examination regard rent, vacancy, capitalization rate from previous case
Certainly,
to save time.
certainly. Did you have anything in addition to those that have already been applied, Ms. Shable?
Yes, I want to come back to page 19.
Okay.
Agent mentioned comparable number 12 on 2535 McPhillips. This rent was in 2006. Would you agree that rent increased over the time? This rent
would
should be
agree.
upward adjustment for 7 years prior to reference date.
I would agree that rents generally rise over time, so there would perhaps probably be some lift in that rental rate as of the valuation date.
And your comparables on number 8 of McPhillips at prior to reference date 2020 and $13.70 would be best comparables for the subject property.
No, I've discussed how I treat the valuation, and we're not relying on individual leases. I'm not identifying one as the best.
And your comparables 22, 24, 19, 1290 can understand you admit that current rent prior to reference date between $14 to $15 per square foot, correct?
I don't admit it. I stated it up front that those rates have increased since that time frame between $14 and $15. So there's no
Thank
admission.
you.
That's
No
what it
further
is.
questions.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Mr. Marks, questions?
Just one question on all these sites we have here. They all have a showroom and a service bay area in the back.
For the auto dealers,
Yes.
yes, they all have a service component to them. 1272 Dougal is a little bit different, but we'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just have a question with respect to location. We've had some discussion about premier locations and less than prime locations. This car dealership in particular is within an accumulation of other car dealerships. There's a number of dealerships right around this area. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's advantageous for car dealerships, for the traffic for people coming in, and for just, I guess, general accumulation of car dealerships makes it easier to shop. Is that a positive factor in the location?
Yeah, it is indeed a positive factor, and I would agree with you that locating side by side, they do that on purpose. Clearly, the difference comes in comparing that to power center sites and what a pad site big box retailer would drive in front of Walmart versus where these are located.
Great, thank you. I don't have anything further. Ms. Shable, any summary?
No, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Then we will conclude this matter and move on to 2420 McPhillips. I can tell you I'll ask you all. It was my intention to take maybe a 10-minute recess after we finish 2420 McPhillips, or would everyone prefer a 10-minute recess now?
Yes, please.
Right
It's
now?
up to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then can we take 10 minutes now, please? Grab a granola bar and a cup of coffee or something. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order and move on to number 3 on the docket, the street address of 2420 McPhillips. As with the previous property, the questions and answers relating to the generalized cap rate questions, the vacancy, the operational or non-recoverable costs, and the comparables where they are the same will be applied to this property as well. I think that is still acceptable with everybody. That having been set out for the purposes of the record, Ms. Shabe, will you please introduce the property and lead us through your evidence?
File number 24-3902. Roll number 0500473040. Location is 2420 McPhillips Street. We assessed 2025 with reference day April 1st, 2023 at $4,667,000. The subject property car dealership, original start to build in 2011 with addition 2019, effective years built 2015. It's located zoning C4 commercial regional, land area of subject property 130,934 square feet, land area of improvements 17,803 square feet, gross floor area leasable area 20,303 square feet. Location is Leyland North neighborhood. The subject property original start of constructed in 2010. We have additional construction in 2018-19. All construction value of subject property reported to us $5.3 million. The subject property located northwest of the city on page number 3, street view. More street view in airport on page number 4 and 5. It's a little bit irregular shape of the land. You have extra land from the west. Subject property located on corner McPhillips and Templeton Avenue. I already mentioned commercial C4 regional. He will apply same rent comparable from big box retail national anchors from 61 to 52 with average $15.50 per square foot and weight average for all this for this set of comparables $14.51. So on page number 9, straight to our income approach, we assess 20,303 square feet at $14.50, give us a total potential rent $287,287. We apply for single owner occupied property or single tenants 2% vacancy across the city. Non-recoverable expenses at 3% shortfall, $6 per square foot, give us net operating income $217,659. For subject property, it was effective years estimate 2015. Its lower capitalization rate selected by the model 5.8%. Give us the estimate value of subject property $4,677,000. On page 11, this has capitalization rate table. On page 13, let's look at cost approach. The subject property replacement cost of new $5.3 million. It's like reported to us on page number 2. After depreciation cost is 5 point plus additional detached structure. So our total cost, depreciated cost $5.3 million. Land value for the subject property, because it's C4 regional zoning, $2.8 million, give us $8 million cost approach. I presented same set of comparables. For this subject property, net rate for land, $21.26 on page 15, land value. Estimated assessed value by direct comparison approach, it just estimated and not strict direct comparison approach, $230 per square foot. It's in the range of these 8 comparables. I presented same to a municipal order. The following municipal order showed that rent out a mall similar to retail regional. Retails regional is this national rather than local tenants. On page number 55, income expense Miller. It shows that it owner occupied. So based on evidence presented in my brief, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 4,667,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, have you any questions?
If we could carry forward my questions from earlier properties, Mr. Chair, and I do have 2 others.
Questions and answers will be carried forward, yes.
Okay, I do have 2 questions. So looking at the capitalization rate, 5.8%. And I believe you indicated this is considered by the city model to be in the regional mall category, correct?
Correct.
So that would fall under the 20th percentile for regional, which is 5.85%.
Yes, our on page number 11, our city percentile 20 and 80 showed only 60% of the property between 5.85 to 6.8. Subject property a little bit less, 5.8. Just low range of 16% of the property in regional retail.
Yeah, agreed. I see that it is only 60%. I guess what I'm saying is, so this is going to be considered in the top 20% of the 4 regional malls in the city then. Okay, and when we look at the market participants stats, they are considerably higher than that, correct?
It's still inside our estimation by statistical crunching of number.
Did you look at potentially increasing the capitalization rate once you reviewed the property?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Yes. Did you look at increasing the capitalization rate for the valuation once you reviewed the property?
No. Our rent $14.50 per square foot, but our average showed $15.50. If we increase rent, potential rent, we can a little bit bigger capitalization rate. But our cost report showed that land costed around 3 million, and we assess only 4.6 million subject property. We cannot go to land value only.
And this is not a fair question, so forgive me, but are you aware that the retail assessors are acknowledging and increasing their capitalization rates in deals that are being done?
But I
Mr.
would like...
Smith, I think, Ms. Shavel, before you answer that, I think you assessed that question correctly. Mr. Smith, I don't think that is a fair question.
I acknowledge that, and I will move on. My last question is on page number 63. So we have an income approach of 4,667,000, cost approach of 8,127,000, $3,460,000 apart, 74%. But we're stating that it is supportive and reasonable.
Yes, if you look on page number 2, just cost approach, 5.3 million. And we assess only 4.6 million. It's a low range of assessment, and I really definitely will be looking at that.
So how is...
Because 5 million cost and plus 3 million of land. It's around 8 million should be. And we assess less as 5. It's fair. We cannot go lower.
How does a cost approach that's 74% different support the income approach?
If cost approach, if income approach doesn't support land value, we have two approaches, cost and income. Subject property right now by income. If sometimes income approach doesn't support land value, less as land value, cost approach kick in and we assess like land value.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marks, any questions?
No questions from you, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Penner?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Shavel, I just have a question about the cap rate, the 5.8%. That's a modeled rate. Would that be particularly emphasizing the age of the structure, the age of the new construction? Or is there some other factors that would be operating to make it a lower cap rate than what we've seen in other properties today?
It's account also for land value, location, age, size. You saw in my cost approach that just land value 3 million. So we have to by cost income approach support at least land value. That's why capitalization rates is selected by model much close to low range of 16th percentile.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Smith, your evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2420 McPhillips Street, this is the Birchwood Hyundai location. Pardon me. It is in virtually the same location as the last one. It's adjacent to it on North McPhillips there, north of Leela, as you indicated. There are a number of dealerships that are kind of side by side there. Again, side by side, not on the same site. And falls just within essentially the built up area of the city with green fields beyond that for the most part. So background, let's look at my page number 3. So subject property is assessed at 4,667,000. I will point out that this was appealed in the last cycle, exact same structure, and was reduced at the Board of Revision, as you can see there, to 3,183,000 based on my net operating income and a 7.25 cap rate, which is provided in the addendum materials for the property. Now, that is the history of the property. Nothing has changed since that time. So the property was originally built in 2011 with some minor changes in 2018, 2019. It does have more land. It's sitting on 7.34 to 1 as far as the land to plan area ratio. Overall site size smaller at 3 acres. And then we have a total leasable area of 20,303 square feet. Now, 2,500 square feet of that is an unfinished mezzanine area with low ceiling height, essentially that is storage. So overall area 20,303 square feet. It is a bit on the smaller side as far as dealerships go in modern times. Now let's flip forward to the photos. You can see interiors and exteriors beginning on page 4, frontage, photo of the exterior of one of the service entries. The interior of the showroom space, the bottom of page 5, as you can see, a little bit different than some of the older ones. And again, the finance office area, salesperson office area, more of the showroom. And then we get into parts, customer lounge, and then into service for the building beginning on page number 8. So that is what the building looks like. The site is shown Pardon me. On page number 10, and you can see the outline of it in red there. The location is shown on page 11, same as the last one essentially. And we can skip forward to the valuation. We consider all of the previous material that I presented. I will not cover that ground twice. Again, I would take us forward to page number 16, emphasizing the division of the property between retail showroom and automotive service and repair, and the special use nature of the building. We have the same comparables. What I will again point out is we have two that are highlighted. We've covered them extensively. I won't go through that again. And the one that I haven't put a lot of emphasis on, but I will bring forward. It's not an exact comparable by any means, but number 9, 231 Oak Point Highway. This was originally designed as a Harley Davidson dealership, so automotive in nature, slightly different, obviously, and a little bit smaller at 14,500 square feet. Relatively modern, built in 1990, and this was leased out as a used auto dealer once it was no longer a Harley Davidson, once they acquired a tenancy, which was not immediate. 2017 lease at $7 per square foot for a 5-year term. Now that likely will have increased since that time frame. If you were to renew it in 2022 or 2023, it's probably not $7 anymore. Will be a little north of that, but again, it's not going to be in the $17, $18, $22 range of some of the retail comps that the city has. That's the automotive section. The showroom retail remains the same. Again, I've covered this ground quite a bit. These are comparables that are located in better locations or better proximity to existing auto dealers to make them more comparative than being located on Walmart, Superstore, Canadian Tire, Home Depot anchored power centers where the national tenants will pay more to locate as they drive more business. So while there are no perfect comps out there, I think we've done a pretty good job of estimating the type of range that the rental rates should fall within for these types of properties based on these comps and the locations of them, either in close proximity or in those peripheral type locations that most of our auto dealers are in, like further out on Regent, further out on McPhillips, edge of the city with Point West, that type of thing. We've also given you the two on Kenniston that are immediately adjacent to the Lawson properties and the Mercedes dealership. They have probably, they have increased in rental rate from the $12 and $12.50 as indicated there into the $14, $15 range. But again, that should be taken into perspective with regard to the front end of the property that we're dealing with, not the entirety. So the rest of our information with regard to photos and the location of those comps is there for you to see. And we can skip forward to page number 26 and the rent to be applied. So I've applied an overall rental rate of $12.50 per square foot to the subject property. Again, keep in mind, the bulk of the property is automotive repair, with slightly less of it being showroom retail. So when you look at the property as a whole, $12.50 is certainly representative of the age, the location, the size, the build out, etc. We're not looking to undershoot on the rental rates here. If you do the math, it works out Our vacancy discussion we've already covered as well as expense allowance, shortfall, as well as capitalization rate. I will not cover that again. We use the same capitalization rate that we have for all of our properties here today at 7.25%. So page 31 summarizes this. You can see our valuation adjacent to City of Winnipeg's. They have decreased their rental rate significantly since the last cycle, I guess acknowledging they were on the high side, and somehow decreased their cap rate by 0.5% or 0.5% rather to 5.8%, where we're getting into the realm of multi-residential properties, certainly not appropriate for retail and most definitely not appropriate for automobile dealerships. So we've increased our rental rate to the rate of $12.50 for the subject and applied the other parameters as shown, giving us our final market value of $3,125,000. The addendum materials include the income and expense, the decision from 2023, as well as our supportive background, and the remainder is the same as before. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Shable, questions?
No questions. Please forward all my questions for cross-examination from previous properties.
Yes, all your previous questions and answers will be noted as carrying over to this property. Ms. Penner, questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Mr. Marks, any questions?
And I have no questions either. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
My only question relates to one of your comps, and I know we've been over the comps before, just the one at comp 22 on your page 19. That $12, and you've indicated that as a result of the step rent, it's more than that. But the entire 15,000 square feet, is that $12 or whatever amount more than that now? Does it apply to the entire 15,000 square feet? Because, and the reason I ask is, my understanding is that TransCanada Brewing is divided into a restaurant type area, a bar service type area, and a brewing area that is more, I guess, industrial or manufacturing in nature.
It is applied to the whole 15,000 square feet, and you are of course right. It is the restaurant / serving area on one side, and then there is a portion on the, I guess it would be the south side of that unit that is their brewing area, which is more like a warehouse area with the brewing tanks, etc. And that 12 or whatever it is now is applied to the whole 15,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, give me 1 minute here. There must be someone at the door. Excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to close the door. I don't have any further questions. My dog doesn't have any further questions. Ms. Shable, have you any summary?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of the market value. The subject property built in original 2011 with addition in 2019. Our previous property was built around 2000, so it's much younger properties. Plus, previous property has land ratio land to plan area 5:1. The subject property has 7.35:1. It's a huge piece of land with located C commercial regional. And according to my evidence, just land value only 3 million. According to my evidence, construction of improvements for the subject property 5.3 million. So our assessment of 4.6 million It's very low range as assessment. It should be confirmed. And further, I will be look more deep into why it's so low. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any summary?
Unfortunately, yes, I feel the need to respond. So with regard to the issue of land value and cost to construct, et cetera, property is not valued on the cost approach, nor should it be. There should be zero weight essentially placed on that. And if we delve further into it, most of the comps that the city has used are multi-residential in nature and not commercial in nature. So I'm not individually going in and questioning. I haven't gone to the exercise of redoing a cost approach, as it shouldn't be done, but I would suggest that the appropriate weight be placed on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard the evidence, then we will conclude that matter and move on to item number 4, street address 2536 McPhillips. I note that there is a non-cooperation allegation here with respect to that matter. Ms. Szabo, would you please introduce the property and then skip down to your evidence with respect to the non-cooperation?
File number 24-3871, roll number 0500579000. You can remove.
Sorry, Madam Assessor, how many zeros at the end there? I only heard.
4.
Okay,
4.
That's right. Okay.
thank you.
I could remove income expenses mailer because it's much bigger issue here. If you open page 3, everyone open page 3, you can see that on right side we have car dealership. On left side it's apartment building. So right now we already issued. We divide property for 2 roll number. We issued supplementary notice for dividing of land, and we issued supplementary note for increased land area for the subject property for the car dealership, because car dealership was, you can see on top, construction of addition, 535 square meter, vehicle service garage, as well as minor change to the parking lot layout. So it's will be owner will be received 2 supplementary attached supplementary notes about dividing of properties and increase of subject property land area. So I asked already yesterday Visa to postpone adjoin this property for future looking into, because we cannot send supplementary note yes do a Canada Post strike. I don't want to waste our time. It will be a completely different number, and owner doesn't have to appeal again and pay money for new appeal.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, and I know I'm not trying to jump the queue by asking questions, but just for clarification, this one property is now going to be 2 separate rolls, one with a supplemental relating to a 7-story apartment building, and an additional roll that is going to have the dealership with a 535 square meter or 48,000 square foot, sorry, 4,800 square foot vehicle service area addition. Is that? That's correct. Okay. Mr. Smith, what's your position on that?
Have we dealt with the issue of non-cooperation yet, Mr. Chair?
Well, I thought, well, okay, I guess we should deal with that. Is the non-cooperation, Ms. Szabo, an issue right now, given that the supplemental is going to be issued? Or is that something that we can...
not cooperation, you can cross, because on page 58, I have income expense mailer provided for us. It's on May 4, 2023.
Okay, so it's being withdrawn.
Yes,
okay.
withdraw, yes, please.
Then, Mr. Smith, that is being withdrawn. And that leaves the supplemental to be issued in the two separate rolls.
Yes, it does. So my perspective on this is that I didn't hear about this supplemental coming out until a couple of days ago. And it doesn't invalidate the owner's right to have this appeal heard, whether it becomes moot later because of the supplementals being issued on it. There is precedent that is set essentially in hearing it. Yes, there will be differences as the land size will change, etc. But I would disagree with invalidating their current appeal because there's a supplemental coming out. We have situations where supplementals are many months in the future.
Okay, then Ms. Schabel, we will proceed. And as far as the proceedings go, we will proceed on the basis of the property assessment report that has been filed with respect to the evidence. As far as any alterations go, any evidence with respect to that, we'll deal with as it comes up, but I don't see how the relevance of any, not trying to prejudge anything, but should the gross floor area, the land area, or any other issue with respect to the physical layout be brought to issue, we're going to revisit the entire subject of whether the supplemental report should supersede this appeal. Okay. So Ms. Schabel, would you please proceed with your evidence on the valuation of this property?
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, okay, 1 second. I will be look on supplementary note right away to be consistent with our changes. The subject property, please cross assessed value 5.2 million and put 5.834 thousand. It will be new supplementary assessed value of subject property.
Okay, Ms. Schabel, I'm going to stop you right there. We are not going to deal with the new assessed value, the new supplemental. No appeal has been filed on that. I believe that Mr. Smith's position is that we are going to proceed on the valuation as it has been set out with the 5,211,000 with a land plan of 9.45 and a leasable area of 22,141. Is that correct, Mr. Smith? Is that your position?
That's correct.
Okay.
Today, land value, land area 2,939 square feet. Still, I will pronounce that new land area will be 190,098 square feet. Plan area of subject property 22,141 plus addition over 5,000 square feet. New area of plan area will be 27,908. We just waste our time because it will be void.
Yes, I realize that, Ms. Schabel, but if you can just, and we're not going to deal with, as I said, the new area or anything else, because that matter is not under appeal at the moment. The matter that's under appeal is likely going to be moot, I agree, but perhaps you can summarize your page 12 and then proceed to the final valuation, and that may expedite matters a little bit.
On page number 2, under appeal, physical condition of subject property on April 1st, 2025. In 2024, subject property has same story, seven-story apartment building and car dealership. So Construction value of subject property for two buildings, 41.4 million. It's a physical construction, a physical condition of the property. Now we're going to market evidence for effective years for reference day, April 1st, 2023. In 2023, on page number 4, you see permits for construction apartment. It's a physical condition, April 1st, 2025. Physical condition 2025 on page number 5. Or addition built to the subject property over 5,000 square feet. It's 535 square meter. On page number 6, air photo of subject property with key separate buildings. On page number 7, physical condition of property on January 1st, 2025. Apartment building 50 plus adult luxury living. You can see on first photo, on middle photo, we can see car dealership and construction, finished construction of building apartment behind. On page number 8, additional constructions to car dealership presented here. Now car dealership have around 28,000 square feet. The subject property located in C2 commercial community zoning. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial sites that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. This district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreation, and service facilities needed to support surrounding neighborhood and broader community. The subject property located on McPhillips. We're going to McPhillips comparables. Where is it? It's a comparable from 61 to 72. Its rent average between $15.50. We did assess old previous area of 22,141 square feet and $13.26. Give us potential rent over 294,000. We apply same 2% vacancy loss, expenses in shortfall $6 per square foot. Give us net operating income 276,429. We did apply for subject property 6.15% vacancy. Give us 4.5 million capitalized value. We put additional land value with 760,000 square feet. Right now it's a 7-floor apartment block. Cost over new construction. This apartment block, construction cost of apartment block started from 2021. So it doesn't make sense anymore. On page 14, capitalization rate table. Let's go to cost. Cost of building. What right now what subject property before addition was total value was 2.7 million after depreciation cost plus 1.7 million land value. So total value it's previous small car dealership 4.4 million. The subject property located C2 commercial zoning. If you look on my comparables for its sale from $28.41. My comparables number 6 sale for $29.26. Both have same zoning. And we assess subject property land at $7.95. So just land value much higher. Assessed value of subject property with smallest previous gross floor area, $235 per square foot. It's estimated for direct comparison approach. For my land comparables presented on page 60 to 65. So income approach 5.2 million, cost approach 4.4 million. Therefore, the estimate value of subject property 5,211,000. That will be much higher when we provide supplementary notice for assessment and increase area of improvements. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, do you have any questions?
We could carry forward my questions from earlier, and I do have a few others.
All those will be carried forward. We'll hear the questions and decide on their relevance given what we know about the property. Please continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Very briefly. Now, the property is going to receive a supplemental, correct?
Yes,
But it has not been issued to
it's
date,
issued,
correct?
but we cannot send yet. It's already processed.
Well, that's fine, but the property owner did not receive
No,
this prior to the issuance of the reports that we're looking at here today, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Because the Canada Post strike, we cannot send supplementary notice prior to hearing today.
Okay. I don't want to dwell on this, but looking at your permit detail, 41 million, you're including the construction of the apartment building as well as the addition, that slight addition put onto the subject property, correct?
Correct.
That
When-
will be dealt with in
when-
the
when
supplemental, correct?
Yes, correct. It will be two different supplementary. When I have brief, will prepare for this brief, I initiate all the supplementary dividing and increasing because it was processed right now. But we didn't have time to do it on time before hearing.
Looking at the subject property, or rather your page number 12, market income, at the bottom of the page, I note that there has been an additional land value assigned, and at the bottom of the page, it notes 43% of the land has been deemed excess, correct? $716,000 in value.
It's our old assessment. It's already in process of change, already changed.
So the land plan, why is there an additional land value being assigned to this particular property?
Because before construction was started, this land was set up like 43% of land was excess land. Because if you look on land ratio, it's 9.45 to one plan area. A land very high.
So 9.45 to 1. So over what land area are you typically applying an additional land value?
For example, our previous case, 2420 McPhillips, they have for 20,000 square feet, 30,000 square feet, 7.45. Here, 9.45. It's excess land. So in our assessment, we did 45% land excess.
Right. So I did the math and I removed 43% of the land area, and that brought the land to plan area ratio down to 5.39 land to plan area ratio, which is frankly not enough for a modern dealership. And you're looking at 2420 Phillips, 7.4%. Or rather 7.4 land to plan area ratio. It seems arbitrary that there's an additional land applied to this to such a great degree, when an 8-to-1 ratio is really what automobile dealerships essentially want to start with. More is good, but in that range is normal. So I don't understand why we would see an additional land component here of such a massive change, 43%.
Because we have, to example, our first case, 400 McPhillips, land ratio to land area was 5-to-1, and here 10-to-1. We have to assess land value to so income approach would works. Can we have 5 minutes break?
Yes, we can take a 5-minute break. You will still be subject to cross-examination when we return. 5 minutes, please, Mr. Mohan. Thank you. We'll call this meeting back to order. Ms. Shable, you were being questioned by Mr. Smith about the excess land being 43% when we left. Mr. Smith, are you continuing on in that vein?
One last point on that. So this property has been designated as having additional land, and we have then 1272 Dugald on the docket today, 8.18 land plan area ratio, and there's no additional land assigned there. I just don't understand how this particular property is receiving it. And then the degree, 43% of land being assigned as additional, it just doesn't seem to work.
I'm not sure what the question
Do
was
you have
there.
any comment on that, I guess, is my question.
My answer, construction of additional 7th-floor apartment block show existence of additional land for a car dealership already.
Okay, last question is, again, with regard to the cost approach, justifying the income approach on your page 66. We have an $860,000 difference roughly in value between the cost approach and the income approach, roughly 17%. How is that supportive of the income approach?
In this approach, we still account for land value.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And may I add it, for this specific area, McPhillips Avenue, two first cases, 1400 McPhillips and 2400 McPhillips, 1000 McPhillips showed that land value to improvement 5-to-1. Subject property 9.45-to-1. It showed already existing land, and it's same. I can apply for previous case 2420 McPhillips Street, land to plan area 735-to-1. It showed 23 additional land should be applied to bring assessed value close to at least construction cost of 5 million from 4 to 5. So it's answer for additional land for this specific area.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, have you any questions?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Mr. Marks, questions?
No questions for me. Thank you very much.
And I have no questions. Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just on that note of land area, the kind of the break point of what auto dealers are looking for, if you're building one new today in a greenfield site, you're essentially looking for an 8-to-1 land to plan area ratio. So you have display space, storage space, customer space, etc. for vehicles. Below that is essentially too tight. Now, most of the historical ones are below that for reasons of where they're developed, right? And what you find is that each of those properties has to have property elsewhere in order to store vehicles. So they are underdeveloped as far as having land. So when you're in the 7, 8, 9 range, that is essentially what you're looking for. It's not too much. Certainly, it's not additional and wouldn't drive additional value. And in relation to that, I think the assessor had mentioned the land to plan area ratio once adjusted in the future was, I think, 190,000, which is nowhere near 43% adjustment in the overall land area. Anyway, I will leave it at that with regard to that particular issue. I'm not supportive of there being an additional land component on the subject property. So we're dealing with the property as it was when the assessment was issued. And my summary is on page number 3. It's assessed at $5,211,000. Our market value for the property is $3,408,000 based on our valuation. Originally built in 1990 with renovation in 2020. We are looking at the Gautier Kia location, again, virtually the identical location as the others that we've just been dealing with on North McPhillips on the west-hand side. The site area 4.8 acres, 9.4 to 1 land plan area ratio, and 22,141 square feet. Now, photos again on page 4. Exteriors of property, interiors. As you can see, it is an older property. You can see the drop ceiling, low ceiling, essentially just lower volume of space overall in the front of that dealership. Flooring finishes, etc. It did undergo renovation in 2020 for the retail showroom area, but that is what it looks like. Relatively compact. You can see some of the office area, and then we get into I guess it is the north side. There's an older portion of the building that is essentially part of the service area. It's used as storage. See that on page number 7, as well as page number 8. So certainly not typical occupiable condition. Then we get into the more of the service area on page number 9. So again, not retail, not appropriate supply retail rates to it. Location and site are shown on 10 and 11. And we can jump forward to the valuation. So property comparables begin on page 17. Our useful area, 22,141 square feet. And you can see our same comps as we had in the previous properties, the same range. And for automotive, we are looking from the bottom end of, call it $7 a square foot, up to the very high of $13 per square foot for the location in the heart of downtown. Majority of the comps are in that, call it $9 to $11 per square foot range. They are typically smaller, but all very well located for the most part on main thoroughfares, good traffic flow, good visibility. And obviously smaller. So typically you would see economies of scale kick into place with regard to the subject. Now, that is the automotive. Showroom retail begins on page 19. We've covered this ground a number of times. Happy to answer any specific questions that you might have on that. Again, we've provided the photos and the maps of the highlighted comps. Happy to answer any questions on the other ones that you may have as well. The overall intent is to show location, retail showroom retail properties of a not comparable, but most comparable nature to the front end of the building in similar locations to the subject, not on major power center sites where they would draw higher rental rates. So we have looked at the property as a whole, and we've applied an overall blended rate of $12.50 per square foot to the subject property. Our discussion with regard to the other valuation parameters remains the same, so we can skip forward to my page 31. And the summary of our valuation utilizing the $12.50 rental rate. 5% expense allowance, shortfall, and a cap rate of 7.25% and no excess land value. We come to a market value of $3,408,000. The City of Winnipeg's valuation is adjacent to that, as well as their 2023 valuation. Originally, I didn't even see an excess land value being shown by the city, so apparently that has changed once it was presented. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Again, all of my comments from earlier, please carry them forward for the subject property.
Ms. Shable, have you any questions?
Yes, please. When photo of subject property was taken by you? What day?
What day? Well,
Or
we
year,
had to
at
submit this 2 weeks ago. And it was in the 2 weeks prior to that time frame. I don't recall the specific day. I think it was a Friday.
Okay, 2024. Let's open page number 9. It's showed additional service area, correct? On page number 9.
Well, so have you been on site?
You've been on site, I ask you.
The question, Mr. Smith, was, does this show the addition of the service area?
Well, I have to make sure that it is the addition of the service area. So believe that the photo at the bottom of page 9 is showing that additional area, yes.
So, and on top photo, we can see from glass door apartment block behind, correct?
They are constructing an apartment behind, yes.
Yeah, and you didn't notice this, correct?
I didn't which?
You didn't notice construction of additional building on the site prior to this hearing?
No, prior to issuing the report, I wasn't aware that that was a specific addition that had just been done. You are correct.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marks, questions?
Yes, your cost per square foot at $12.50, that's fine.
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Penner?
And no questions for me, thank you.
And I have no questions. Ms. Shable, any summary required?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence to determine the best conclusion of the market value. Just for the record, today a hearing assessment will be replaced by supplementary notice effective January 1st, 2024. I would ask agent to alert the owner that they will have 2 supplementary following up each other. First, we will be divide this property to 2 different roll number, and for car dealership specific, we will be reduce excess land, so it will be small reduction. Same time, he will be receiving same envelope, applying additional construction for service area for the car dealerships. They will be have another supplementary will be increase over what we assess today. Thank you. No further questions. No,
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any need of summary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess essentially the supplementals will be dealt with at the appropriate time once they're issued and have no impact on how the property should be considered today. That is my summary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Having heard the evidence, we will conclude this matter and move on to number 5 on the list. That's the street address of 2610 McPhillips Street. Ms. Shable, would you please introduce this property and present your evidence?
File number 24-4038, roll number 050094357880. We assess 2025 with reference date April 1st, 2023 at 7,664,000. The subject property, car dealership, built in 2010 on C2 commercial zoning land. I have land area of 211,700 square feet. Land area 36,922 square feet. And gross floor area and leasable area 38,616 square feet. On page number 2, I look into property development information. The subject property declared construction value 3.6 million. On page number 3, air photo and street view of subject property. It's located on northwest of the city. As on page 4, 5, following air photo and street view, it's a irregular shape of land. Zoning C2 commercial community. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial sites that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. This district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support the surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 7, I posted a permit of construction subject property in 2010. And this just project, or if you look in general information, it will be right middle corner. General information, total value, total construction cost project for building is building 5.5 million. On page number 8 and 9, we will going to comparable 6172. It's on specific for the area. It's $15.50 per square foot. And on page number 10, straight to income approach, we assess 28,660 square feet at $13.07. Give us potential rent 504,711. We apply to be consistent with this type of property, 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, it shortfall $6 per square foot for vacant space. Give us net operating income 475,144. Model generates 6.2% capitalization rate. Give us estimate value of subject property 7.7 million. On page 14, let's look in income approach. Our replacement cost 10 million after depreciation in detached structure give us 9.4 million depreciation cost of improvements. Land value 4.2 million give us 13.7 million cost approach. On page number 15, I presented the same land comparables, rents, sale. The subject property C3 commercial corridor. This land more much higher sale than C2. On page number 16, we can see that we assess net rate for land $20 per square foot. In my six comparables showed $35 per square foot or $29 per square foot. On page 17, I look reasonability check of direct comparison approach. The subject property estimate assessed value per square foot $198 per square foot. That in line with my car dealership improved sale comparables, 8 of them. I presented same two order, municipal order where we following direction use rent for retail big box, national, regional tenants, my rent. On page 62, final estimate value. Two approaches to value used in the report indicate that the following value of subject property. By income approach 7.7 million. By cost approach 13.7 million. Income approach was approach used by the City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department value. The subject property for 2025 assessed value. The cost approach provides frame of reference. In this case, indicate the income approach is reasonable. Based on evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is $7,664,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Smith?
Yes, again, if we could carry forward my questions from the earlier properties, and I do have one or two more.
Yes.
Perhaps more just of a not repetition, but emphasis. So there's been reference again to the direct comparison approach that you've provided on pages 17 and 18. Not approach, just presentation of transactions. The city is aware, of course, that each of these transactions has been investigated and it's been presented over many cycles, that each of these transactions includes business value and is not representative strictly of real estate value, correct?
Correct. That reasonability check how we assess property.
Okay, but you're providing this as background information as supportive of your property, but we know that these are not true transactions of real estate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when I look at the cost approach, so I'll leave out the issue of the permits, etc. So page 62, final estimate of value. We have income approach $7,664,000, cost approach $13,669,000. So $6,000,000 and $5,000 difference. I didn't do the specific math, but we're looking at north of 40% difference there. Again, how is that comparable in any way or supportive of the income approach?
If you look on page number 2, in page number 7, I miss full construction of the building, 5.5 million. I posted only 1.6 million partial permit structure frame. So if I do correction, just construction on subject property in 2010, 7.4 million, it's a cost of building improvements. If you look on my cost approach, why I post cost approach? Because I look for land value. Plus, just look how land value, just cost approach, yes, we look on improvements and land value. Our improvements very high short and replacement cost. I will look into 10 million because look, 7.4 million declared to us. But land 4.2 million land value. So 7.4 for 4 million land value, it will be over 10 million assessed value of subject property just by cost approach.
So let me focus in on that for just a
And
brief
we
second.
assess
May I ask my question?
6.7 million. It's lower range of assessment. We can
So-
go lower.
If I'm understanding you correctly, and I think I am, are you adding one-to-one the quoted permit value to your land value that we disagree with? You're saying that the cost to construct directly translates to market value? Is that what I'm hearing?
We just look for cost of this property for improvements and land.
Okay, those are all my questions.
So our assessment just match to cost of construction without any land cost, 7.4, and we assess 7.6 million. So it's low range of assessment. It's my point.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Marks, have you any questions?
Yes, just one. Your cap rate is at 6.2%. Previous assessment was at 6.65. What is the reason for the drop in the cap rate?
It's a model generated for this specific size, age, location, and plus you can see that zoning C2 commercial, not a regional like a C4 commercial regional in previous cases.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Penner? Questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Shable, I just have one question, and it's a follow-up to Mr. Marks's question. You indicated that the zoning changed. Did the zoning change with respect to this property at 2610 McPhillips between the reference dates? From the last reference date to this date? Or is it, or
No.
were you just commenting on the difference in zoning on other properties?
Different on zoning other property. To example, 2400 McPhillips Street, C4 commercial zoning regional. The subject property, 2610 Macmillans, it's C2 community zoning. So it's two different zoning.
Okay, thank you. That's that clarifies things. Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the capitalization rate, I think I need to correct something here. The city isn't changing their modeling with regard to the capitalization rate based on it being regional, based on that being C2 versus C4. We were dealing with our first property today, which was a C2 property, and the model was based on it being regional shopping center. So that is not an accurate statement. Moving into my presentation itself, 2610 McPhillips Street. What we're looking at here is the Crown Honda location, again, adjacent to our other properties that we've just been dealing with on North McPhillips. Another point that I'll bring out to start with again is cost to construct and permits are not a one-to-one spend $1, get $1 market value equal translation. When you build a property, you finance it and you pay for that property over time. The cost to construct it on day one is not the translatable directly to the market value of that property. This is well-known pillar of valuation methodology, both in appraisal and assessment. So we continue to focus on the cost to construct and the permits and the cost approach, and it really needs to be put into proper perspective, which is why I've asked the numerous questions that I have. It's not that I think it's you know, that we should be viewing that methodology. It's that we shouldn't be viewing that methodology, and here's why. So that's why those questions are asked.
You can
So-
rest assured, Mr. Smith, that we will be valuing, we will be in our deliberations, coming to a valuation or coming to a decision on the basis of the income method, not any other method.
I appreciate that. So looking at the subject property, 2610 McPhillips, again, we're looking at the Crown Honda location, originally built in 2010, sitting on 4.9 acres. We have a land to plan area ratio again on the lower side at 5.73 to 1. And a total leasable area of 38,616 square feet. So essentially you have too little land for these properties, which is evidenced by the land to plan area ratio. Background on the property: received supplemental assessment for 2024. In the current configuration was assessed at 7,893,000, was reduced to 6,893,000, which we have appealed to the municipal board. You can see the further background for it there. Our valuation of the property is 5,816,000 versus the city's 7,664,000. The photographs of the subject property begin on page number 4. You can see the exteriors here, pretty straightforward. Again, evident of that 2010 timeframe construction. You can see the showroom area with the open steel deck ceiling. There's nothing particularly fancy about this location. Fairly straightforward. You can see the lighting, the tiled flooring, etc. That's what we're looking at. Bit of more of an industrial style in terms of the build out. You can see the office areas, and we get into the service areas on page number 6 at the top there as well. Parts area at the top of page 7. Obviously open steel deck, and then we're looking at service bay at the bottom of page 7, and service areas and parts areas, tire replacement areas on page number 8 and onwards. At the bottom of the page, you can see the layout of the building, which certainly gives credence to the 60-40 split of the showroom versus the service area of the building. Site is shown on page number 10. This is the northernmost of the auto dealerships in this strip. And if you look at that image, you can see that you're looking at essentially greenfield to the north of that. So right on the edge of the developed area of the city. And not close to the power center node, considerably further south. Property location shown on page 11. I will trust everybody's memory. All of our presentation with regard to the lease rates for both automotive and retail remain the same. All of the discussion with regard to the special use nature of automotive dealership properties, discussion about the automotive industry itself, discussion of the life cycle of automotive dealerships remains the same. It is there for you to see. We have provided our comparables. Again, they're based on showroom retail at the front, automotive at the back, and we're looking at showroom retail that is comparable to the subject. So not that it can't be a national retailer, but it can't be sitting on a big box site in front of Walmart generating a market rate that would not be achievable in the locations that the auto dealers are in. So our comparables are selected to be closer in proximity and more comparative to the subject properties. Our overall rental rate that we apply to the subject property upon review is $12.50 per square foot. So again, that's the blended rate for both the showroom as well as the service areas. Our text regarding vacancy, expense allowance, shortfall, and capitalization rate remain the same. The capitalization rate study remains the same. When we look at the evidence with regard to retail transactions in the city, we're not saying that strip malls are the same as the subject property, but they do provide evidence of what astute market participants are paying cap rate wise in the market as of the valuation date. And we're looking at rates essentially from 6.5% to 7.5% for multi-tenant, well-located street front strip malls with parking, etc. So certainly a more attainable, more competitive area, more demand-filled area in terms of investors. The risk in taking on the acquisition of a property such as an automobile dealership is considerably greater. Again, it's not an area of focus for virtually anybody as far as investment goes. They're nearly all owner occupied. They have one use and one use alone, and that is as an auto dealership, essentially. And when that property becomes obsolete, well, you essentially can't tenant it with any other type of tenant. So our model and our methodology is theoretical. We're using these rents, but none of these national tenancies, such as Staples or whoever, is going to move into any of these automotive properties. The reason we're using them is for comparison to, again, that front end and what a retail type of property similar to that front end might produce in that location. So our summary of our valuation is shown on page number 31. Again, we have the dramatic rise in interest rates and mortgage lending rates of 4% in the year prior to the valuation date, obviously having a direct impact on the return that a purchaser might be seeking based on the mortgage rate that they would have to pay as of the valuation date. Directly impacting what they would be willing to pay for a property, which again would increase the capitalization rate. So this is all summarized on my page 31. $12.50 rental rate over the entire leasable area, $38,616. We have 4% vacancy. Please adjust the expense allowance to 5%. I apologize for that. That is again an oversight and should be reduced to 5, not 7. Capped at 7.25% gives us $5,816,000. Now that will change obviously once the 7% becomes 5%. If the panel wants to wait for a moment, I can make that adjustment for you, or I can leave it with you. That is essentially my presentation. Happy to answer questions or happy to make that adjustment if you would care for me to do so.
I think we can make that adjustment. We've all got our calculators in front of us and spreadsheets. So Ms. Shable, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Penner, questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Mr. Marks?
And none for me, thank you very much.
And I have no questions. Ms. Shable, any summary?
No, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
No, thank you.
And having heard the evidence, we will conclude this matter and move on to number 6 on the list. And I can, just so we're looking ahead, after we finish number 6, I was going to take another short recess and then continue with 7 and 8. So if we can move to number 6 on the docket, please, Ms. Shable, 180 Lawson Crescent. If you can please introduce the property and provide your evidence.
File number 24-3498, roll number 1000141000. We assess 2025 years with reference date April 1st, 2003 at 7,802,000. The subject car dealership built in 2021 on M2 manufacturing zoning. It has land area of 183,192 square feet. Land area of improvements 29,430 square feet. Gross floor area in leasable area 33,905 square feet. The subject property located Tuxedo Industrial. On page number 2, I look at the construction of the subject property. Our reported construction value of subject improvement 7 million in 2021. On page number 3, the subject property located southwest side of the city has close to rectangle shape of the land. On page number 4, the subject property from east border with Lavsats Crescent, but on left or west side with Kennenston Boulevard. Air photo subject property on page number 5. And on page number 6, let's look on zoning. M2 manufacturing and industrial zoning. This building is intended to provide for light manufacturing, processing, service, storage, wholesale, and distribution operation with some limited outdoor operations and storage. The subject property facing Kennenston, we look for specific for Kennenston, part of big boxes retail on page number 8 from 42 to 60. It showed average $21.51 and media $20.31. On page number 9, assessment, income approach for the subject property. We did assess 33,905 square feet at $14.53, give us potential rent of 492,640 square feet. For owner occupied and single occupied property, we apply 2% vacancy across the similar buildings. Expenses, not the recoverable expenses, 3% per square foot, and shortfall $6 per square foot. Give us net operating income 464,234. Overall capitalization rate selected by the model 5.95%, give us 7.8 million assessed value. Let's go on page number 13. I was look at cost approach. Replacement cost of building new 8.9 million. After depreciation 8.8 million. The subject land 2.1 million. Give us total value of cost approach 11 million. On page number 14, I presented, I look land value of subject property. You can see subject property M2 manufacturing general over close to 200,000 square feet. I try to select a similar zoning. My comparables 1 and 4 at similar zoning, but I try to look for same area. And 668 Tuxedo Industrial, it's my comparable number 2. They show that average land $24.51, in media $22.95. For subject property on page number 15, we assess land value at $11.66. So if previous commercial zoning for example 1400 McPhillips was around $20 per square foot, but now it's industrial M2 general land, it's rent sale, it's by model $11.66. So zoning is very important. On page number 16, I look in direct comparison approach, estimate value per square foot, $213 per square foot. It's in range of my 8 comparables. It's just reasonability check. I presented same two order, last order 8-02-223 with following direction by using rent comparables big boxes, retail and regional retail with national rather than local tenants. It showed in Kennaston area $20 per square foot. Our assessment less as $15 per square foot. On page 55, income expense mailer provided to us. It's owner occupied building. And you can see they showed annual expenses to deliver our not recoverable 3% each shortfall or $6 per square foot. It's statistical crunch data by using this information from the owner when it's owner occupied, and they clear showed how much cost to maintain this building. On page number 57, let's look on my land sale. My first sale on 375 Center Street, 57 page. It's manufacturing mixed use land. It was sold in 2019 vacant land. Now construction started for $15.49 per square foot, and we assess less as $12 per square foot. It's reasonable and very well supported. On page 58, we have another sale on 475 Sterling Lion Parkway in 2019, and you can see it's $37.21, but it's zoning commercial C for regional. Look how big difference, 2 times higher. On page 59, I have commercial multi-use zoning on New Market Boulevard. It was vacant land during sale in 2022. In 2024, it's still vacant land. His sale was went for $13.45. On page 60, you have same manufacturing to zoning like subject property on 220 New Market Boulevard. Sale in 2020 like vacant land. Right now we can see improvements on bottom picture. It's $14.90 per square foot. So, and our assessment less as $12 per square foot, it's fair, it's reasonable. On page 61, final estimated value. The two cost approaches to value use and this report indicates the following value for the subject property. Income approach 7.8 million and cost approach 11 million. We use income approach to estimate subject property value for 2025 general assessment based on evidence and my brief. The subject property market value on April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property $7,802,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Smith, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the subject property is zoned M2. The rent comparables that you have on page 7, 8, and 9, none of those are located on M2 zoned land, correct?
But it is subject property facing Kennington Boulevard. So our comparables from 42 to 60, we have Kennington Boulevard area.
Yes, but my question was with regard to the zoning, none of those properties are on M2 zoned land, correct?
Retail doesn't build in industrial zoning, big boxes, national retail.
That is dependent on what is planned to be built. There are certainly restrictions in M2 that there are not in C2, correct, with regard to building?
Correct. And on page number 4, and clean showed site area that it's facing Kennington Boulevard and from the left and from the right Lawson Crescent. So it's between two roads.
Okay, so we've covered the zoning. Capitalization rate, again, 5.95%. Is that largely driven by the age of the development in the
Age
model?
of development in location and size of building improvements. It's several factors.
So where is the, so here's
It's still
the cap rate
inside
that-
our regional 5.8 to 6.8, 16% of the properties.
Right. Just glancing down again at the category under that of multifamily, some interesting juxtaposition. Anyway, the sale history of the property is included here with the sale being shown in two places, I guess. There's one on page 2, October 11, 2018, value of $7,675,638. The city, of course, is aware that that was for two properties adjacent side by side, both of them improved with buildings on site, correct?
This sale was in 2018, or subject property improvements was built in 2021. So I don't look at this sale. It's not a support to the
Just
assessment.
wanted to cover off the sale and the fact that it represents two properties that were developed and not a single property.
3 years prior to construction of improvements.
I am certainly aware of that.
And you can see on page number 2, demolition of existing 9,600 two-story building was happened in 2019, right after sale happened.
Thank you,
Yes,
Ms. I think the question was that that was two purchases or two parcels of land, not the one parcel of land we're dealing with here. I don't think we need to go into when the construction was after that.
Yes, that's why land ratio to plan area 6.2 to 1 compared to 5.1 on McPhillips properties.
Those are all of my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Mr. Marks?
And none for me, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I don't have any questions at this time. Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the point of bringing up the sale price was to cover off the fact that that sale price, pardon me, involves the purchase of both 180 and 200 Lawson Crescent as they previously existed. Both of them were developed with industrial buildings on site. They were purchased for obviously redevelopment into their current configuration as automobile dealerships. So that needs to be taken into account when looking at that sale price. That's all. It's not that the property sold for 7.6, which is then supportive of the 7.8. Two very different things. Anyway, moving forward, looking at subject property This is located on Lowson Crescent. Now, Lowson Crescent it comes off of pardon me, off of or rather is off of an offshoot of Kenaston Boulevard, south of Sterling Lion, north of the tracks, which are north of McGillivray Boulevard. We'll get into the location in the brief, but that is where the property is. It is visible, obviously, from Kenaston, and you get good visual of it as you drive by, but there is no access from Kenaston. Now, it certainly is in that area, and you do have that visibility, not denying that. It's simply not on a Kenaston address with access from Kenaston. Now, as most properties aren't. Now, the issue of the zoning, M2 zoning is certainly very different from commercial zoning. You can have instances where retail can be developed in industrial, but it is considerably more restrictive, and you don't have the situation where you'd have a power center node being developed on a site like this, nor would many of the, not that the tenants would go to these locations or these structures, but they also would not necessarily be allowed to occupy the property under the current zoning either, given their particular uses, etc. So subject property 180 Lowson Crescent. This is the Winnipeg Land Rover Jaguar location. It was newly built in 2021. And we have some background of it on my page number 3. It is assessed at $7,802,000. Was previously assessed in the last cycle at $7,682,000, was reduced to $5,315,000 based on our NOI and a 7.25% cap rate. Our value for the 2025 assessment is $5,646,000. I see it is an increase, and coincidentally, somewhat comparative to the increase from the city's assessment from the last cycle. Moving on, again, zoned M2. It's an auto dealership, 4.2 acre site, and we're looking at 5.39 to 1 land to plan area ratio, which again is on the undersized size for an auto dealership, given their need for parking space for product, service vehicles, etc. So the leasable area shown at the bottom, we have the main floor plus the mezzanine of just under 4,500 square feet, giving us an overall area of 33,905 square feet. The photos begin on page number 4 of beginning with the exterior and then the front area, the retail showroom with the financing offices, etc. You can see on pages 4 and 5. Then we get into mezzanine area at the bottom of page number 6, largely vacant, and service area at the top of page 6. We have some parts area at the top of page 7, kitchen or break room at the bottom of page 7, and then some exteriors at the bottom of page number 8. And moving on to page 9, you can see the overall site there as bounded in red. And again, it does give you a good perspective of that front versus back of the structure itself and their relative proportions. The site is shown on page number 10. And rather the property location, and this is critical. So let's have a quick look at this. The site is marked by the red indicator there, 180 Lowson Crescent on the east side. off of Kenniston on Lowson, which bends around to the north. Now, where is this in location to the big box retail? Well, it is not adjacent to it, and has no other, with the exception of the redevelopment of 1290 Kenniston. It is essentially an industrial area, plus there is also the Mercedes dealership that also developed on the corner just to the south of Lowson there. Now, you move north, again, we're on my page number 10 here, looking at the aerial. You can all identify where IKEA is there on the southwest corner of Sterling Lion and McGill, Sterling Lion and Kenniston, rather, sorry. On the north side, you have Seasons of Tuxedo Outlet Center, and then as you go south, past the subject, over the tracks, and onwards, you come to the Kenniston-McGillivray interchange, which all four corners are developed with, well, three mainly, with power center nodes. As indicated there, you have the Smart Center, Kenniston Commons, Smart Center, Winnipeg Southwest, and the Linden Ridge Shopping Center. All of these are power center nodes that are anchored by your main anchors being grocery anchors, Home Depots, those type of tenancies. We've all been there. We know what it looks like. And the subject property is not there. These tenants are not coming to this location. They're not going to pay the rates that they're paying where they currently are on these power center nodes in that location. If they theoretically could be talked into going there, it's simply not reality. It wouldn't happen. And then you have the restrictions of the M2 zoning as well. So that is background with regard to the location. The sale we've covered off. The other material that I've presented does remain the same, or we are now in a different area. So I will take a quick look just to make sure we're not missing anything important here with regard to the comps that are included. Let's have a quick look at my comparables on page number 18, that being the showroom retail type of ones. So obviously a lot on Regent, Pembina McPhillips, Portage. So what I will point out, a couple of them here, obviously 1290 Kenniston, having increased from that initial 12 to 1250 in the $14 to $15 range for those spaces there. We have 1357 Kenniston, 2016 lease. This is number 20. 2016 lease for 5 years for $13 for a 2001 build. And I will point out the 960, 920, 976 Lorimer property. This is, if you are on Sterling Lion and you cross Kenniston eastbound on the north-hand side, a block in, you have a modern high cube flex warehouse space that is essentially all this showroom retail type of space. We have any number of comparables there that are of that type. You have a climbing gym, a spin cycle studio. You have the True Hockey location where they sell their product. We have a kitchen / tile store of 15,000 plus square feet. Again, this was modern, recently built, 2011 to 2019. Leases in that 2016, 2017, 2020 range. And they are indicating rents in that low end of 12.25 up to 14.25%. Now, 14.25 is for 960 Lorimer, 2020 lease, 10-year term for 1425, which does not include a reduction for the free rent that they received in signing on at that time frame. So that is some background in the area. Obviously, the 1290 Kennestons are immediately adjacent and are as close as you're going to get in terms of comps being in the immediate area. 980 Lorimer, similarly, shoe retail in that same flex warehouse space just off of Sterling Lion. Excellent building. 2018 lease at $12 per square foot there. So yes, time has moved on a little bit from that, but these are more appropriate comparables versus the city of Winnipeg's comparables that are located on the big box centers at Kenaston and McGilvery and or immediately adjacent to IKEA and or on the Seasons of Tuxedo site. So we have applied a net rental rate of $13.50 a square foot, the overall blended rate, taking into account the front and the rear of the property, as shown on page 25. Representative of both parts of the property and considering the recent build of the property as well as the location, all taken into account. The other parameters remain the same. And we can move forward to the summary of the valuation. We have applied the same 7.25% capitalization rate as we have with the others, which is appropriate. The market participants cap rate ranges remain the same at 6.5% to 7.5%. And considering the asset class and the demand for this asset class and the risks involved and the mortgage lending rate environment, et cetera, as of the valuation date, 7.25% is a conservative estimate of what would be applied to this asset class as an investment. So our summary is at the bottom of page number 30 there. You can see our analysis right alongside the city's 2025 and 2023 analysis. The city has reduced their rental rate. We have maintained our rental rate at $13.50 per square foot. And this produces our final market value, again, using cap rate of 7.25%, of $5,646,000. The addendum materials are the same, including income and expense, as well as the prior decision based on our net operating income, which is shown, and a cap rate of 7.25%. Certainly, cap rates for this asset class will not have declined over the interim from the prior assessment cycle. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, questions?
Yes, please. On your page number 1, showroom for subject property, photo from Kenaston, it facing Kenaston, correct?
I didn't quite catch all of your question. I'm sorry.
Your photo, page 1 of your brief.
Yeah.
A showroom. It's facing a photo from Kenaston.
That's correct.
This part of the building face Kenaston, correct?
That's correct.
So you're on page number 18. Your rent comparables from 22 and 23, 1290 Kenaston between $14 and $15 would be best for subject property.
No, I said they were the closest in terms of proximity.
On your page number 30, you apply capitalization rate 7.25%, correct?
That's correct.
Same capitalization rate, his subject property bill in 2021. You apply same 7.25% for property bill in 1999, 2010, correct?
So the capitalization rate that we're using is 7.25%. The capitalization rate that we used in the 2023 assessment was 7.5. What the Board of Revision decided was 7.25%. I have essentially acknowledged that decision in my valuation of the property. But again, we've spoken extensively about cap rates and the reasoning behind them.
So your capitalization rate doesn't reflect the age of building. 20 years
Age is
building
only one
or
factor.
just 1 year's building.
We
So it's a
look at all of the
7.25%. Yes, please.
So in selecting the capitalization rate, we look at the asset class, the demand for it, all of the parameters, and make the appropriate judgment what the capitalization rate should be. It's not a model-driven thing where the age outweighs everything else, and you end up with cap rates in the 5% range, which is frankly, multifamily territory, which is your safest of all investments in commercial real estate, outside of land or parking lots.
But for today's docket, your capitalization rate doesn't change from McPhillips and Kennenston of age of the building. It doesn't consider the subject property brand new building. It has less.
You're putting an overemphasis on the age of the structure.
Yes, you not consider it is,
Of course I did.
but you use same capitalization for whole portfolio today for 8 properties, correct?
That is correct, yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Marks, any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Penner?
And no questions for me, thank you.
And I have no questions. Ms. Shable, any summary?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of the market value. The subject property is typical auto dealership with auto repair service and showroom with offices. Yes, it's located industrial area, but a showroom and part of building facing Kennenston Boulevard. So we apply for rent $14.50. But our market evidence for Kennenston Boulevard $20 per square foot. So we already took into consideration that it's industrial area. For own agent comparables on 1290 Kennenston showed between $14 and $15 per square foot. By agent still apply $13.15. That by applying this rent, he underestimates the subject property value. Regard capitalization rate. Our capitalization rate reflected not just area, location, size, and zoning, age of building. For subject property, capitalization rate was driven 5.95%. But agent 7.25% apply for all similar type of building on Macmillan and Kennenston, and they 20 years difference in age of building. It's underestimate subject property value by applying too high capitalization rate, very big capitalization rate. So based off evidence, analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, $7,102,000. I would just mention that just construction of this new building, $7 million. It's and sometimes when it's completely new building, we can go to construction cost. Plus, we have to add that value of the land, and land value for the subject property supported by my evidence. 2.1 million. So real assessment of this building, 9 million. And I asked him to confirm 7.8 million. Thank you. No, for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any summary?
I'll have a brief summary, and then I have rebuttal that needs to be dealt with on this property as well.
Okay, then I should have asked. I didn't realize there was a rebuttal on this property as well. Okay,
There's actually
you
rebuttal.
you can complete your summary, but you won't get another opportunity. So has the rebuttal been distributed?
This is rebuttal 2, correct?
No, rebuttal 2 was strictly to do with the
Non-co-op. Okay,
non-co-op. So our original rebuttal document covers all of the properties
Yes.
that are presented today. And so this one is, of course, part of that. And we were looking, as we're now in a new location, I'd like to cover that ground if we could.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see. So that's the rebuttal document. That is page 6 or 6 pages. Which area is it that you wish to cover? That's at page 4 of 6.
Well, I would cover the whole thing, but I can limit myself to page 4 of 6, as that's the most critical in this case. But
I think that's wise. We don't need to hear any more about McPhillips at this point.
no.
Okay.
So my summary would once again be cost to construct does not translate 1-to-1 to market value. You build a property, you finance it, you pay it off over time. The return that you get is based on tenants renting that, and they're two entirely different things. Financing is where the return is developed. The cost to build it in the first place is spread out over the entire ownership span of that. So this is continued insistence of looking at the cost to construct, and this permit was that, add it to the land and there's your value. It's simply not accurate. So that's my summary. My rebuttal evidence, if I could skip forward to that, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So I will leave in your various capable hands looking at all of the material that's presented with regard to where these locations are, who the tenants are, where they are in proximity to automobile dealerships, and I will confine myself to page number 4. Now, page number 4 is in the closest, these are the comps that the city has identified in the southwest, essentially, of the city. And if you look at where they are located, they are all in power centers, and or they are the heart of the newly developed Bridgewater forest development at the bottom, which we will get to in a minute. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of time on this as it is critical. If you look at the aerial, and you look at where the subject property is located, there's not an arrow to it, but we've all seen where it is. It's located north of the tracks, just off of Keniston there, with the 200 immediately adjacent to it. Now, they are obviously visible and are essentially part of that. You can see them from Keniston. We're not saying that you can't, it's that you can't access them from Keniston. Not a critical component, just something to look at. Now, where are the comps? Well, we have the IKEA adjacent one. So immediately beside IKEA, we have Dollarama, Bouclair, Struck2, FXR Riders, and whoever else they build adjacent to that over time. Those tenants are there because they're located beside IKEA, and they pay the rents that they pay, which are higher, because they're located beside IKEA. Immediately across the road, you have Seasons of Tuxedo. Massive draw as far as retail in the city of Winnipeg. Entirely different than where the subject is and what type of rent you might draw for a retail location there. As you go south, you have all of the Smart Center locations. So you have Smart Centers, Winnipeg Southwest, you have Smart Centers, Keniston Common, you have the Linden Ridge Shopping Center, and pardon me, separated, but certainly very high in demand, the Bridgewater Town Center. Now, we all know that area, we all know the anchors. So you have Home Depot, you have Safeway, you have Sobeys, you have all of the anchors that one could imagine in that immediate area. Now, the tenants that the city has included here locate there because of those because of that conglomeration. And they again pay the rents that they pay there because of being on the site of those main anchors and all locating together. It drives more business for them. They're willing to pay more rent. That's why the developer develops it in that way. Now, that is not where the subject is, but let's again review who we're looking at here. So we have Safeway, HomeSense, Dollarama, Petland, Golftown, Indigo, Cineplex, Shoppers Drug Mart, Twice, Northtown, or rather Save On Foods, Dollar Tree, Marshall, Sport Chek, PetSmart, The Brick. These are all national / international, significantly, very strong covenant tenancies. What do they pay? Well, they average 2151 with a weighted average 2091. Now, that's because of where they're located and the type of development it is. That is not going to be generated where the subject is. Will it maybe receive more in that location than perhaps some other locations in Winnipeg? Sure, I would agree to that. And that's why we've increased our rental rate overall to the $13.50 per square foot, representative of the property as a whole. So that's taken into account. We recognize that it's new, that it's in Southwest Winnipeg with profile on Kenaston, but it's not going to generate $20 a square foot and or higher. That is the rebuttal. And again, please have a look at the other pages as they essentially confirm what we're indicating in that particular discussion as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, have you any questions on the rebuttal evidence?
Yes, please. It is big boxes on Kenaston, Sterling, and McGillivray. They gave average $21.50. We did model generate $14.50. $7 less that this area showed. So it's taken into consideration. It's very well supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marks, any question?
None for me, thank you.
Ms. Penner?
No questions for me, thank you.
I just have a question for confirmation. Immediately, well, this is a Jaguar and a Land Rover car dealership, right?
That's correct.
And these are luxury brands, or they can be considered luxury brands, correct?
They are indeed, yes.
And they are immediately adjacent as well, or in very close proximity to a Mercedes dealership and a Lexus dealership.
They are.
They also luxury brands.
They are also luxury brands, but we're not valuing the brand.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further. And since the summaries have been concluded, I will keep my word, and we're going to take a 5-minute break and then come back and deal with the last two properties. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order, please. And if we can move to number 7 on the docket, that is street address 200 Lowson Crescent. Ms. Shable, if you would please introduce the property and provide your evidence.
Sorry, you're muted, Madam Assessor.
Sorry about it. File number 24-3499, roll number 10001412000. We assess 2025 roll with reference day April 1st, 2003 at $9,155,000. The subject property, complete auto dealership, built in 2020, located same zoning and to manufacturing, has land area of 168,363 square feet, with plan area of improvements area of 37,500. No basement. He has gross and floor area 41,000 and a land to plan area for 4.49 to 1, located same as XXX Tuxedo Industrial. On page number 2, the subject property, we can see sell in 2018, but subject property was constructed in 2020 for 7.5 million. On page number 3, we can see location. It's southwest side of the city, have a close to rectangle shape of the land. It's 200 Lawson Crescent, but this property facing Kenaston, and property on north adjacent property, it will be 180 Lawson Crescent, what was under appeal before. If you look on page number 4, air photo and street view of the subject property. I already mentioned it's M2 manufacturing area. I will not go further. On page number 6, is building 200 Lassa. It's Lexus gas benefits. It's Birchwood Lexus. It's from internet. It's cloud exclusive. Okay. On page number 7, I have same big box rent comparables from national regional anchor tenants. We're looking for comparables on page number 8 from 42 to 60 on Stirling and Kenaston, McGillivray, because subject property showroom facing Kenaston. And it showed $21.51 per square foot average, but model generate only $14.22. It's reasonable. So on page number 9, our street assessment, we assess 41,000 square feet at $14.22. Give us potential rent $583,020. We apply same vacancy loss 2%, expenses not recoverable 3%, and a shortfall $6 per square foot to be consistent and fair for similar type of buildings. Give us net operating income $549,299. For a subject property model generate 6% capitalization rate, give us estimation of subject 9.2 million. On page number 11, we have capitalization rate. It's we can see retail regional 5.85, 6.8%. Our 6% inside is 60% of the properties. It's fair. On page number 13, I was looking in cost approach. Estimate value of subject cost new 9.6 million. After some depreciation, 9.4. Land value 2 million. Give us estimation 11.4 million cost approach. If you look on page 15, the land was assessed $11.97 per square foot because it's still manufacturing zoning, and my comparable showed at least $24.50. On page number 16, I check reasonability check, how much assessed value, estimated assessed value per square foot. It's $233. It's in a range of my 8 comparables. Improve sales. On page, it's following for 2 orders. We following order 8-02-223 for retail big boxes. Rent for car dealership, malls, building. On page 55, income expense Miller provided to us. It's owner occupied space. My land sale comparables, we did look on previous case. So on page 61, my final estimate of value. The two cost approaches to value used in this report indicates the following value for the subject property. Income approach 9.2 million roughly, and cost approach 11.4 million. The income approach was appropriate use by the City of Assessment Taxation Department to value the subject property for the 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference, and this case indicates that income approach value is reasonable. Therefore, the estimate value of subject property 9,155,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Smith, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could simply carry forward all of the questions that I've had so far to the subject property, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. We can do that.
As well as the rebuttal that we just covered.
Certainly. And Mr. Mohan, the record will reflect that. It's been said now on the record and on YouTube. So those questions and answers, as has been the case for all of them, will apply.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have anything else, Mr.
Oh,
Smith?
I'm afraid, oh, I'm sorry. Those are all of my questions. I didn't say that part.
Okay, no, that's fine. Ms. Penner, questions?
No new questions for me, thank you.
Mr. Marks?
None for me as well. Thank you very much.
And I don't have any questions. So Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are dealing with the adjacent property from the one we just dealt with. That was Land Rover Jaguar. This is the Birchwood Lexus location. And we'll get you to, you have the cover photo showing the property from the Keniston Boulevard. You flip forward to my page number 3. You can see some further background on the property. 2025 assessment is 9,155,000. This is a 42% increase, well above market, obviously, from the 2023 assessment. 2023 was reduced from 9,143,000 to 6,427,900 at the Board of Revision, based on my net operating income and a cap rate of 7.25%. That's included in the addendum materials for you. Our valuation of the property for 2025 is $6,827,000. Similarly, the property is zoned M2. This one was built ever so slightly earlier in 2020. We have a total of 41,000 square feet of leasable area, 37,500 of that being on the main floor with some mezzanine area. Land to plan area ratio is again on the low side for an auto dealership at 4.49 to 1. Which does mean that they don't have adequate room for all of their needs for storage of vehicles on site. Now, we can move forward into the photos just so you can get a sense of the property. Very similar to the last one in terms of layout, build out, etc. You can see the exterior at the top of page 4, interiors of the showroom area at the bottom of page 4. Onto page 5, as well as some of the office area. And then we get into the back end of the building. Essentially, we have some break room area at the top of page 6, service area at the bottom of page 6, parts and mezzanine area at the top of page 7. More service at the bottom of page 7, and yet more service area, auto service area and repair onto page number 8. So that is the layout of the structure. The site is shown on page number 9. And the location immediately adjacent to the property that we just dealt with. On Lowson Crescent at 200 Lowson. What was I going to point out? Oh yes, purchase price. Again, is mentioned in the city brief here, and that is reflective of the original purchase of 180 and 200 Lawson, which were developed with industrial properties. And those structures were demolished for the development of the auto dealers in place. All of our commentary, as already discussed, regarding the special use nature of automobile dealerships, the automotive industry, the life cycle essentially of automobile dealerships, the comparison versus the city of Winnipeg's comps, my verbal discussion of the city of Winnipeg's big box retail comps on power center nodes and the inappropriateness of those rents in comparison to the subject, all are meant to carry forward. Our approach is exactly the same. Our comparables are the same. We have slightly larger property, but built in the same location, essentially at the same time. We've covered my comps extensively. I think they certainly have been well explained. And again, we have selected them not to underestimate the value of the property. We recognize where it is, what it is, etc. What we're looking for are comps that are truly comparative in terms of location to the subject properties and or other automobile properties in their locations that are not on power center sites, but on major thoroughfares and typically, you know, down the road or adjacent, removed, so not influenced by the power center node and the retail, the draw that they get and the rents that they're able to achieve on those sites. So our comparables remain the same. We have applied the same $13.50 per square foot overall blended rental rate for the subject property. That is inclusive of the front retail portion as well as the rear automobile service and repair area. This is shown on my page number 5. Our other parameters remain the same. All of the discussion with regard to capitalization rate and the selection of that for automobile dealership remain the same. Again, you're looking at an asset class that really has no outside demand outside of automobile retailers themselves. There is no investment demand for this specific type out there. You don't see it typically very much in other markets as well. We have the main brokerages indicating cap rates for non-anchored retail strips at 6.5% to 7.5%. This is not a non-anchored retail strip, but clearly there's not going to be any cap rates for this particular asset. What we're looking at is an asset class that has more risk than typical, but we of course are looking at being reasonable in our valuation. So we have applied 7.25% in our valuation. This matches what the Board of Revision decided in the last cycle. And of course, we're in a cycle and a valuation date with a dramatically increased interest rate environment and mortgage lending rate environment, which would have a direct impact on the capitalization rate. So certainly the capitalization rate is not going down in any sense. If anything, it should go up. We have not adjusted it. In fact, we have changed from our valuation in the last cycle at 7.5% to reflect the 7.25% that was decided by the Board of Revision in the last cycle. I do not see any reduction from that cap rate for any reason occurring in this cycle. Our summary of our valuation is shown on page 30, $13.50 per square foot, with all of the other parameters capped at 7.25% gives us $6,827,000, an increase over last cycle. You can see the City of Winnipeg's valuation on the two adjacent sections, significant reduction in rent, not enough. decrease in, or rather maintenance of an artificially low vacancy rate, and a reduction in the cap rate in an environment that wouldn't produce lower cap rates. So that is my presentation. The addendum materials include the prior decision, the income and expense, and all of the material that we have presented previously. That is my presentation. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Ms. Shable?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Marks, questions?
None for me. Thank you.
Ms. Penner, questions?
And no new questions for me. Thank you.
I have a general question. It does relate specifically to 200 Lowson Crescent, but it relates to all of the cap rates, Mr. Smith, that you have submitted today so far. I don't mean to get ahead of myself with respect to the next property, but you're at 7.25% on all of these cap rates. And the ages of these buildings differ by as much as 20 or 25, 22 years. Is there any variation appropriate, no matter, regardless of how small or large it is, based on the size of the building or the remaining effective life?
Well, and I do take your point. What we're looking at, I guess, essentially is the asset class overall. We have, I mean, it's an interesting mix, right? You have properties that are that are essentially too small for today's market, that have been built relatively recently in 2010, 2011, things of that nature, that still exist. What cap rate should be put on them? You have large ones like 1400 McPhillips that are one of the largest ones in the city, have adequate space, yard space, etc., but are just a bit older, but are perhaps better located than the ones further north, right? The age of the structure, well, yes, age is one factor, but it seems like an overemphasis is being placed, not by the panel members, on the issue of age and how it applies to both rental rate and perhaps cap rate a little bit. So yes, a newer property will typically last longer. It is more current as far as what one would build for the modern market, etc. If you feel that there should be a slightly different cap rate, of course, I leave that in your capable hands. I'm just presenting the material overall, and we feel that given the uniqueness of these structures, the fact that they can only be automotive dealerships essentially, and the risk that one would take on as an investment, I haven't made minute changes to the valuation. Typically in appraisal, if we're looking at capitalization rate adjustments, you typically look at a 1/4 point adjustment at a time. Now that can change obviously, but the city's model makes these very fine adjustments based on whether it was built in 2017 or 2021. You know, it's 0.1 less or 0.1 more. I don't agree with that.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anything further. Ms. Shable, any summary?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of the market value. I would talk regard cost approach. If market evidence not sufficient, we can go appraise straight by cost approach, specific new building. Subject property, it's new building, just cost of building 7.5 million. And I already support land value of 2 million. That's strictly by cost approach. It's 9.5 million subject property value. That's why I ask, we still going by income approach. So I ask board to confirm 9,155,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any summary?
My only summary, Mr. Chair, would be again, please take into my account my comments with regard to the cost approach and permit values, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard the evidence, then we will conclude this matter and move on to the final matter on the docket today. Street address of 1272 Dugald Road. Ms. Shable, would you please introduce the property and provide your evidence?
File number 24-4060. Roll number 06093158600. We assess 2025 years with reference day April 1st, 2023 at $4,787,000. The subject property car dealership, original built in 1997 to 2000. So our effective years built 2000. The subject property located at zoning M1 manufacturing zoning. Land area 280,174 square feet. Land area of improvement 26,669 square feet. Gross floor leasable area should be similar, but we have discrepancy. I will be correct this in future. So our leasable area assessed 28,199 square feet. Plan area for the subject property, plan to land area ratio 8.18 to 1. On page number 2, I look what was happened with property after construction, final construction in 2000. In 2003 was additional construction. In 2004, additional construction. It was added only $0.7 million. And also we can see that in 2004 was construction additional. Winnipeg Sport Electra construction 30,955 square feet additional to the building of the east side and south side of the building for sales service or recreation service. In 2005 was happened construction of 1 story, 42 square feet to 60 square feet addition to the south side of the existing storage building. And also in 2009 was happened zoning revaluation from M2 to M1, light manufacturing. So in my brief, zoning M2 should be cross. I will be change our records for this property. On page number 3, the subject property located northeast of the city. Street view of this building on page number 3. On page number 4, more air photo in street view. The subject property facing Dougal from the south, facing north. Has on page number 5, we have 2 buildings, separate building, 1972, and we can see on right bottom corner additional building. It was construction of storage area. So we have on page number 6, it's M2 manufacturing. It is district intent to provide for light manufacturing, processing, service, storage, wholesale and distribution operation with some limited outdoor operation and storage. On page 7 and 8, we have still retail box comparables, which best closest to the subject property. No one. So on page number 9, our estimation of income approach. So storage area, this warehouse, additional building on right bottom corner was assessed at $5.76. It's called storage or 5,838 square feet. Give us potential rent and $1,162. For a storage warehouse, we usually model generate 1.5% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses. Its shortfall now $4 per square foot. Give us net operating income of 28,487. For this specific storage warehouse, model generate 4.75% capitalization rate, give us estimate value of storage area 600,000. On page number 10, vehicle dealership, we assess 22,361 square feet at $12.14. It's model generated rent for Dougal area for M1 manufacturing, light manufacturing area, $12.24. It's much lower. Give us potential rent $273,699. For all car dealership, we apply 2% vacancy loss to be consistent and fair and distribute across all car dealership. Expenses $3 per square foot, it's not recoverable. Shortfall $6 per square foot. The capitalization rate for this building 6.15%. Give us estimate value of car dealership income 4.2 million. On page 11, a summary of both income for warehouse and car dealership 4.8 million. Let's go on page 14 for cost approach. Replacement cost of new building for subject property 5.3 million. We have depreciated cost of will be 3.7 million because original was built in 1997 with additional construction. And land value 1.2 million give us estimate value by cost approach 4.9 million. On page 15, I presented rent. I presented land sale comparables. Subject property on right corner. It's located 537 Industrial Park, St. Boniface Industrial Park. And I try to find neighborhood close to 500. So my first comparable St. Boniface Industrial Park as well, 337. My second comparables on 730 Camille C Street. My second comparable 25 Reich Marius, it's 537 St. Boniface Industrial Area. Third comparable 1530 Ward Avenue, it's 557 Fairpoint, it's still same neighborhood, same region. And 330 Dakota Crossing on 1269 St. Anne Road. I try to find area around 2,000 square feet. It's the biggest area. So my first comparable 225,000 square feet was sell at $5.74. My second comparables, it's same M2 manufacturing, but right now it's M1 light manufacturing zoning. My second best comparables on 25 Reich Marius, it's around 147,000 square feet, sell in 2020 at $5.46. It's same area like subject property. Comparable number 3 and 4, it's more superior to the subject property because it's commercial mixed use. We can see commercial, it's already $26 per square foot. In my fourth comparable C2 commercial community, $21.25. You can see right away that land zoning very important. If it's industrial, it's less than $6. If it's commercial zoning, it's over $25. So give us together $14.59. On page number 16, a land valuation, we assess 280,174 square feet at $5.61. So it's between my first and second comparables. It shows that our model pick up this number by using actual sale of land. $5.61 gives a just estimate of land 1.2 million. On page 17, we have direct comparison approach. It just see reasonability check, how we assessed value per square foot. This building $117 per square foot. So it's much lower than my comparable showed. It's following by same two municipal board orders. On page 56, income expenses mailer provided to us. It shows that subject property owner occupied by annual expenses property. This number we use for statistical estimate how much shortfall dollar per square foot for vacant space, how much not recoverable expenses. So our data is statistical crunch of real numbers. On page number 58, let's look on my land sales. My first land on page 58, 730 Camille's Street. It's same zoning like subject property, $5.74. It was sale vacant land. Right now we can see improvements on top. It was sale in 2021. On page 59, sale happened on 25 Ray Marius Drive, zoning M2. Sale was happened in 2020 for $5.46. Now it was sale like vacant land, but top picture in bottom picture improvements on top. And my comparables on page 60, 1530 Ward Avenue, sale for $25.91. In 2021, it was vacant land, now improvements. It's inferior, it's superior to the subject property land. And on page 61, 1269 St. Anne Drive, C2 commercial zoning, sale for $21.25. It's doesn't change part of this land use like parking. So on page 62, the two approaches to the value used in this report indicate the following value for the subject property. Income approach 4.8 million, cost approach 4.9 million roughly. But we use income approach was approach used by the City of Winnipeg Taxation Department to value the subject property for 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference, in this case indicate that the income approach value is reasonable. Therefore, the final estimate of value for the subject property, $4,787,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shavel. Mr. Smith, any questions?
If we could carry forward again my questions from before, Mr. Chair, and I do have a couple of new ones.
Certainly.
Okay, as already asked, I guess initially you have not had the opportunity to inspect the property, I'm assuming? Looking at page number 5 of your document, the top photo aerial, actually both of them. The building on the west side of the property there is open to the air at the rear of the building, correct?
It's called storage warehouse we're talking about.
Well, so if we look at the photos on page number 5, you see where the number 1272 is.
Mhm.
So that structure, that component of the structure on that side of the photo, you look at the rear of that, that section of the building is open to the air at the rear, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Skipping forward, storage warehouse, 5,800 square feet. The $5.17 a square foot rate, this is model driven, I guess. There's no comps in here. to
Correct.
support it. And that model would assume full servicing, correct?
it will be assume cold storage, no full service.
$5 is assuming cold storage.
Correct. Built
Okay,
in 2005.
okay. Capitalization rate, 4.75%. When I flip forward to the capitalization rate chart on page number 12, and I look at industrial, the lowest that I see there is 5.35%. Yes, that is the 20th percentile. Did you look at raising the capitalization rate for that income stream?
If you look on page number 11, average capitalization rate 5.97%. We look in whole. It's inside our range.
Well, I get that, but with regard to that particular income stream, did you consider that that was perhaps too low?
I would like to repeat myself. We look in summary, not specific, separate.
And with
5.97
that
for both.
4.75%, would that match the 20th percentile of the multifamily capitalization rate range as shown on your chart on page 12?
If we look in its car dealership, we still apply again shopping malls.
Right.
You
so
can
the
see lows
4.75%.
5.6 to 7%. It's three of them. It's inside this range 5.97.
Yes, my specific question is with regard to the storage warehouse as summarized on page number 9, and there's been a 4.75% applied by the model.
But we look on
At the
summary,
overall rental rate, my question is with regard to
5.97%.
the capitalization rate that is applied there, when we have a cold storage building, unheated, no water, gravel floor, does that seem appropriate?
It's a model generate 5.97 together.
Okay,
We don't look in partial.
okay, if we could carry forward my questions with regard to the reliance on the cost approach, etc. I would appreciate that, Mr. Chair. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Carried forward, thank you. Mr. Marks, any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Penner, any questions?
No, thank you.
I do have a question following up with what Mr. Smith was asking. Ms. Shabo, going to page number 5, please. The structure that has 1272 embossed on the roof or printed on the roof, what difference is that from unheated cold storage warehouse? It appears to be open on one side completely to the elements. I'm not sure if the flooring is any different in there, but what makes that anything more than cold storage warehouse?
Talk about cold storage warehouse on building on bottom of page number 5. It stays separate building.
Yes, I know that. I see that.
On 1272, we have some like carport, just part of the building open without, because it, you can see they have boat inside.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'll I'll ask Mr. Smith to elaborate a little bit further on that, and if he is able to. That is the end of my questions. Mr. Smith, your evidence, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the subject property 1272 Dugald. Pardon me. Very different location and structure from the other ones we've been dealing with today. This is located on the south side of Dugald, to the east of Lajimoje. Just as you go over the rail overpass, you descend, and on the south side, your right-hand side, heading eastbound, is where the subject property is. It's the first property after the bridge, 1272 Dugald. Following that, you have a couple of other recreational vehicle type of properties, boat sellers, RV sellers, etc., with similar quasi retail, quasi industrial type of properties. That's where this property is located. It's not located on your Portage Avenues or your Regents or your McPhillips or your Kennistons of the world. It is different. It is more industrial in nature. And I'll get to the structure itself in a minute here. Bit of background. Well, we have the photo from the frontage on Dugald. There's a service road off of there, obviously. And our page number 3 gives you a bit of summary, assessed at $4,787,000. Our valuation for the property is $3,405,000. It is industrial zoned, M1, light manufacturing, built in 2000 originally, with the cold storage building added in either 2004 or 2005. And in this case, we're looking at total of 22,361 square feet in what's considered the vehicle car dealership building, and 5,838 square feet in the unheated warehouse, all sitting on 5 acres, which gives you an overall land to plan area ratio of 8.2 to 1. Now, what I would also point out here now is you're not looking at an additional land component, additional land value being added by the city either. And yet we have very similar ratios to the property at the beginning of our day today that did have additional value added for the land there. It again seems to be a very movable target, somewhat arbitrary. I would argue that it should not be considered in that earlier property either. What I will point out is that warehouse building is essentially a shell. It's gravel floored. It has electricity, but it has no heat or water. It's uninsulated and is purely a cover essentially for the materials inside. Let's look at the buildings themselves. Page 4 gives you exterior photos, front and back, and then further back on page number 5 at the top, you can see that the rear portion of that westernmost building is open to the air. I don't unfortunately have the floor plans for the building to determine whether that's included in the area. I believe it is included as part of the overall leasable area that the city has. They do service things there, but it is obviously open to the air, unheated. It does have a concrete floor, but in no way would that be a rentable component. Now, I've included it in my value as we didn't have a breakout of what the city's area includes. So I would suggest, if anything, I'm perhaps on the high side with the value that I've placed on that particular component of the property. Moving inside, this is Winnipeg Sport and Leisure. So they sell boats, scooters, snowmobiles, quads, things of that nature, right? Your recreational vehicle types, not your campers, but everything else under the sun. So that is what the interior of the front of the building looks like. And as you can see, it's significantly more industrial in nature. We have a polished concrete floor and open to the deck with all of your ducting, etc., on display. Not necessarily the same as a typical car dealership. Obviously, that would reflect in what one might rent it for. Further photos of the interior on page number 6, and some of the mezzanine office on page number 7. And then we get into the rear of the property with storage on page number 8. And service area back there as well. They do service these vehicles, of course, and that is done on site there. And we have exteriors onto page 9. That is the cold storage building at the top on the left-hand side of that photo, which I guess would be east. The entry to it, and then photos from the inside. So you can see that it is a gravel floor, and it is fully unheated all year round. It's not insulated, has no water. Its sole purpose is just to shelter these products. Now, $5 a square foot rental rate for an unheated storage warehouse is not reality in our market. You can still, in some cases, rent standard warehouse space for a little over $5 a square foot for heated, insulated, etc. properties. This is not that. It should be lower than that, and that's reflected in what we've placed on it. The site here is located, or rather is shown on page 11, the location on page number 12. As you can see on page 12, as you go over the overpass, over the rail, and come down, this is on the south side of Dugald. So not on your major retail thoroughfares or anywhere close to big box retail power center nodes. All of my other commentary remains the same. This is one of those situations where you have an oddball type of property. It has to be valued within the city's model in some fashion, and it is placed within the vehicle car dealership range because that's what it most closely resembles. It is certainly more industrial in nature. We haven't changed our approach, given that this is the manner in which it's being valued. Now, perhaps I could have added in some industrial comps as well, but I didn't want to complicate issues. Suffice it to say, it would rent for the showroom retail well below what it would rent, what comparable dealerships or auto dealerships would rent for, as we've looked at already. And it is what it is. All of our existing commentary should, of course, be taken into account. We have the same comparables, and we can skip forward to my valuation on page 27. So what we have done, and again, I feel with hindsight that perhaps, if anything, I'm a little bit on the high side with regard to the rental rate for the main building. I've applied $11.50 per square foot to the leasable area for the main property. And for the unheated storage warehouse, I have applied $3 per square foot. Now in the chart, you'll see that indicates $2, which is wrong. It should be $3 per square foot, which would give you $17,514 in annual income and $274,666 in overall annual income, with an average rental rate of $9.74 per square foot. So moving forward, Our other parameters remain the same. Again, this is an oddball. It is more industrial in nature, but it does serve this particular use and is valued in this manner. So we have approached it in that same manner, using the same capitalization rates, etc. And we can move forward to the summary of the valuation on page number 32. So again, 1150 was used for the main building, which has that rear portion that is open air, obviously. We've applied $3 a square foot to the unheated storage warehouse. 4% vacancy across the board. Obviously, there'd be no variation in vacancy. You'd be renting the whole site, not a portion thereof. 5% expense allowance for the unheated storage warehouse. You'll see that we've applied 0%, or rather $0 for the shortfall because it's unheated, doesn't have water, minimal electricity used. So we've taken that out. And we've used the overall cap rate of 7.25% in our valuation. Combining the two income streams, this gives us our final market value of $3,405,000. Again, we may be slightly high on the rate that was applied to the auto dealership, but I will stick by that in our value. Just hold on a moment while I make sure that the adjustment was made. Nope, I see that it wasn't. Bear with me. Oh, maybe it was. I'm sorry.
I think it was.
Was changed. It
It
was
was.
actually $3. Okay. Typo in the earlier section. My apologies. The summary is accurate. So the $3,405,000 valuation is correct. Again, capitalization rate, I would emphasize, the city has presented no hard evidence with regard to actual transactions regarding capitalization rates. The methodology of the model driven capitalization rates, again, is certainly open to error as they rely on model generated income and expense and time adjusted values, not based on actuals. So it's more of an estimate, really. The 7.25% certainly supported by the evidence that we have presented. Yes, that is my presentation, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, questions?
Yes, please. On page number 4, we have front to building and back to building. This building, it was addition built in 2004. Construction on 30,955 square feet addition to a building on east side and south side of the building. For sale, service of recreation vehicle, correct?
You're saying that there was an addition put onto the building? Is that accurate? Is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
your bottom picture showed this part of building, it's part of addition in 2004.
Well, it depends which side the addition was, and it's difficult to tell by looking at it from the front. If you have further information as to which was the addition, I can identify it, because if we're looking at the photo at the bottom of page 5, that would be the eastern side of the building.
It was part of addition. On page number 5, top picture, on our left side, we have open space on the roof. It's original old building built in 1997, correct?
I'm assuming that's accurate.
So, and we can see that they have open only size of the car. So our gross floor area, leasable area slightly less as gross area that reflect this open space to be okay with gross and visible area. It was correct. On page number 6, it's clearly showed mezzanine area, correct?
I identified that in my presentation, yes.
In page 10, it showed our warehouse inside. Is it true?
Yes.
So this building was subject property was built between 1997 and 2005, correct?
Well, the 2005 would be the addition of this unheated storage warehouse, cold storage building.
And 2004, it's a 14,000 square feet addition for east side and south side of the building, correct?
Sure. I take it your information is accurate on that front.
Yes, because it's property development department. No other questions.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, any questions?
I do have a question on this one, just in relation to the cap rate selection. So, in the previous files that we've heard, my understanding was we were going with a 7.25 cap rate because of the sort of unique use of the site, whereas this one is by your own description more industrial in nature, and could it potentially have other residual users versus the other properties that we've seen?
So that's a good point, and thank you for bringing it up. For sure, it would be more certainly more open to drawing tenancies of either a similar type of recreational nature such as this that would need that amount of open, showroom, quasi warehouse space, and or an industrial user of some kind that would fall within the M2 zoning. That being said, it's being valued as a car dealership, so we didn't make a significant, or we adjusted the rental rate, but not the capitalization rate.
Fair. Do you have any sort of comment on how industrial cap rates would relate to the retail cap rates that we've seen in the evidence presented?
I can. I haven't specifically presented them. What we do find is that there is demand for industrial space in the city, certainly, but it's demand for a particular type of industrial space. You're looking at all the demand, out in the new Centerport area and the peripheral areas of the city that are into the RMs, where you have the new build flex warehouse type of space with higher ceilings, better loading, all of that type of thing. This is certainly more traditional. Not that they wouldn't necessarily draw some interest in this type of building. I'm sure they would, certainly more so than other ones, but again, adjusting the cap rate for that, I just didn't feel it was appropriate based on the overall, how it's valued overall. So yes, I guess that's my input.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Marks, have you any questions?
No questions for me. They've been asked and answered. Thank you.
I think I've got all the answers I am looking for. Ms. Shable, any summary?
Yes, please. Our job here is today to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of the market value. The subject property was constructed in 2019. It was only 7,000 square feet. All addition of southeast size on east size and south size of 40,000 square feet was happened in 2004. Construction additional storage of 5,900 square feet happened in 2005. Now we have, so his property was final built in 2005. It's located in the industrial area. That's why it's showed by land. This land values from $20 in commercial zoning, regional to manufacturing, less than $6 per square foot, gives an estimate of land, just specific land for the subject property, 1.2 million. The subject property cost approach and cost value, cost approach and income approach very close to each other. If cost approach showed 4.9, income approach showed 4.8 million per square foot. It shows that our assessment right, and I ask you confirm our income approach value for the subject property April 1st, 2003. Out 4,787,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any summary?
Yes, just very briefly. So in thinking the property over here, yes, it is certainly more of an industrial type of structure. However, it is valued by the city as a commercial auto dealer, which is the approach we've taken. If I was to think of that in a different light, where perhaps a lower cap rate would be applied for an industrial property, I would also revise the rental rate, because the rental rate is based on our comparables that we provided based on it being an auto dealership, right? So if we were to look at it being rented as industrial, I would bring the rental rate down appropriately to what it would rent for as an industrial property versus showroom, retail, and auto service. That would be my summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having heard this matter, we will conclude it. And that is all the matters on the docket today. So this hearing is adjourned. Thank you, Madam Assessor. Thank you, Mr. Applicant, for your patience and your thoroughness in your presentations today. You will receive the decisions via email as soon as possible.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your patience as always. Thank you.